is some serious business out here, man. These damn white folks attacking us all kinds of ways, and what they do, y'all, they find ways to get at you when you are alone. When you are by yourself. See, that's when they like to attack you.
Very true, very true, very true.
So I want you all to come back this way so we can have the numbers around ourselves.
Yep.
And we can really put up what is it, like a defense.
Yep.
Like a deacon of defense, baby. We can put it up. And we can go to wartime with these folks. Because that's what you're going to have to do. And it's Professor, can I ask you a question? Professor? Mm-hmm. Would you rather live in a state where the laws are advantageous and favorable to you, or you rather live in a state where they have palm trees and where it's always sunny and it's beautiful and sunny. It's just a great place to live, but you have absolutely no power. There's no laws that are favorable to you. Black homeland, it's an easy answer for me. I want to live where I know things are in my favor when it comes to the laws that we can set up for ourselves, because we have the majority.
Amen, amen, amen.
So when Black majority and you have been talking about this migration, Black American people should be on board with this, because this is about protecting yourself, man. Now, some of you are going to still be hard-headed. Like we do have one that comes up in these spaces all the time. I don't think I have to mention that person's name, but we have one that come up in these spaces all the time. But that for whatever reason, she likes to argue with us.
Wait a minute, she says she loves Black people now. Hold on.
Yeah. She does it all the time. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I don't have to say her name, but she comes up in here. And she would say, we idiots for talking about this whole immigration thing. Yep, she says it.
Just started.
But we still love that sister. We still
love not just immigration, Professor. She says that she doesn't have these type of conversations with her circle, because, they just are about, getting things done. And I just say, that's wonderful, but you can't knock people for having the conversation. And I think earlier, that's what we were talking about. It's not knocking people for having the conversation. It's us actually saying we need to hold ourselves accountable for not being actionable after we have had our conversation. And we never can get to that point with her.
Well,
hey, she don't want to hear it, but she'll come in here and try to tell us what we need to do. See, I love Black people, and I'm trying to tell y'all what y'all need to do. I don't talk about this immigration. I don't worry about no immigrants. That's her. I'm just telling y'all this, but look, what Black majority state is telling y'all, some of you gonna get lost in the mix. That's a reality. I'm saying to you, from my end, this is not Black majority state or Black homeland, but I'm saying for me as professor, I don't want to see any of you get trapped out there by yourselves.
Oh, wow.
I'm thinking about this from a perspective of like C.J. Mallory. Some of you have maybe not heard the story about C.J. Mallory, right, in Colorado. Go read up on this story, and you see why I'm telling you, you don't want to get stuck by yourself somewhere where you don't have a lot of Black people around you. So I'm gonna land my plane there. I see Sister Liv and About It has her hand up.
Yeah, let me say before she goes, shout out to Miss Rella, because she's from the West Coast. The West Coast, or like, they love it out there, and I'm just like, man, there must be, like, I don't know what's in the water, but they love it out there. So shout out to them. I'm not expecting anybody to come from the West Coast. However, if you live in the Northeast U.S., and I'm including Michigan, Wisconsin, Minneapolis or Minnesota, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Kansas, Missouri, and everything north of New York State, you can actually come to Maryland and Delaware, because the climate is very similar. It's not that big of a difference, and actually it might be a little bit warmer. It is a little more coastal, obviously, and we can get those two states with those people up there. Now down south, it's really, we got a lot of people living in Florida and we got a lot of people living in Texas, and there's not a whole lot of advantage for us politically in those states. There may be good jobs. Hey, it is what it is. However, generationally, if they move those jobs or take those jobs away, you're going to be following jobs. I had a bunch of family living in California. My aunt is like some type of tech engineer. She was in the Silicon Valley area. She lived in San Francisco, and when COVID hit, her company decided to move to Texas, so she followed them to Texas. I mean, she makes a ton of money. God bless her. A lot of my family lives in Texas now. God bless them. However, it would be politically more advantageous if they moved into.
Your mic, Black.
Okay. How about now? Same thing.
Yeah, it's still the same. Sound like a robot.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna jump out and come back in. Damn it. It's always when I'm having a long conversation, I can't ever get just like, let me talk, bro. Let me do what I'm doing, man. Let me do my thing. Let me do my thug dizzy. Let me do my thug dizzy.
Right now, hopefully he'll be over here soon, and we'll get his perspective on things. So, with that being said, Black is definitely not advocating for people from the West Coast. He's not even telling any of you to move. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it.
Yeah.
But
just don't be against it. Just don't be against it.
I just think, from my perspective as professor, I want to see you all make the move here because I want to see all my people be safe. So you don't be out on your own, because I see where these folks are planning attacks on us. I've been reading some stuff where it was something I read last week, and Rilla, you might have seen it. I'm pretty sure Black Homeland, I'm sure, has seen it. Where they saying that some neo-Nazis up in the northeast area of the country are, I guess you could say, violently attacking people because they want to take over the northeastern part of the country. See, that's the United States. Yeah.
I posted about that. Yeah, they want to take over New England state and create a authority where it's an all white state. There's no other groups are in the state.
It's already damn near that way. So it ain't gonna take much.
And this is what I encourage people from the West Coast, and Black has heard me say it. Latinos have already forced Black people into one centralized location area. Mainly, I think the 10th district in LA. And in different cities, you'll find Black people like in a particular community. But then they'll, start being attacked by the now invading population. Excuse me. Yeah. But the problem I'm having is that people from the West Coast probably won't necessarily arbitrarily move quickly to the East Coast, but they should develop the habit of moving to a Black majority city. So that they actually can control the boundaries around them in that regard. State power is prevalent, but it's definitely not going to happen in California. California is a huge state. I always say it's like 3 states in one. But in order to get real state authority, it would have to be. I mean, you're talking about, I don't know how many years it would take to even overpopulate the state of California with Black Americans, which that's not reality.
It's not going to happen.
So if you're talking about on the safety, I agree with Sean when he talks about how we actually have a conversation with people to get them to understand, amenities versus longevity has to be the construction in the discussion so that people understand we're talking about the preservation of ourselves. And you can't have that discussion in a forceful way, because then you have to also consider people are thinking about their economic position on how they're living at the moment. And then you still would need to address that psychologically. So it's like, this is not we just gonna do it tomorrow. It's one of those, okay, well, we need to have a plan. But, when we come in here and have these discussions in here with Black American, there's been a plan that's been unfolding for a couple of years now. And for them, it's probably been, more than a couple of years. But, imagine having that conversation with a new person. And then somebody from the West, they're like, it ain't happening. So the mindset has to change some way. And I think to do that, you start getting people into the culture of migration and what that looks like when it comes to preservation. And I think that might be helpful. I don't know. I mean, I don't have all the answers, but I mean, just a solution.
Hey, Rella, I think I did my first essay on this around 2008.
Wow.
So I've been doing this for a long time. I published a book 2012. I've been doing this. I did videos on YouTube 2012, 2013. I've been doing this for a long time, and to me, it seems like it's been a major. It seems like a lot of people know about this now because 10, 12 years ago, there were very few people that would even listen to me. But now there's more people into it, so it's a great feeling now that more people are coming aboard, and they understanding how super majority Black states to be beneficial to them.
Yeah, absolutely, 1000%. Yeah, it's not that I'm saying, it's kind of like I just understand that some people are not going to move. There is this hesitancy. I appreciate it. I understand some people have family. They've got other really serious things that are going to keep them where they are, and that is wholeheartedly understood and appreciated. The thing that I would hope, again, is to have the conversation with these large platforms just so they stop telling people it's not the thing to do or it's a bad thing to do in some way, shape, or form, because that's just not factual. I know they like to have the facts, and I think a conversation would be beneficial to everybody, but everybody doesn't have to move. And whenever someone who, is in a space or is in a post and they're saying, and even when I was on that show, that radio station, someone did come up and they had their things that they want to say against it. But here's the reality. Since 2000, and this is from the Chicago Crusader, which is a Black newspaper in Chicago. It's an historical Black newspaper. They did a study. They wanted to figure out why Black Americans were leaving Chicago. I think it's pretty obvious, but they still just wanted to go over the numbers. And in this article, they state that since 2000, 7.7 million Black Americans have moved to the South. It's over the last 20 years, roughly, a little over 20 years. So the migration is happening. It's kind of already been underway. And the problem is the South means Florida. The South means Texas. The South means these very large states that we can't control. And so we've been moving to the South. We just haven't been moving strategically, politically, because at this point with 7.7 million, if I can go back to 2000 and I can have a conversation with each one of those individuals, we would already control 4-5 states down in the southeastern United States at this point already, because we would have had a white flight taken. We would have surrounded a state where we didn't have the population, and then we could have moved into that state. So we gotta start harnessing the potential that we have. We have all this, and you got Lorenz Tate online talking about, oh, they were shorting me out of my global royalties or whatever. I wasn't getting nothing on the back end, no percentages of international movie sales. Well, first of all, it's your talent, it's your industry, it's your business. And so if you weren't operating your business like a business, and oh, by the way, all the other black actors weren't also operating their business like a business, now we've got decades of wasted potential because you didn't get to earn the money that you should have earned, and then you weren't funneling that money into organizations that could have developed, to Black American Homeland's point, actual movie studios and distribution networks and streaming services and uh, cable channels where you could all be basically recirculating your own money and producing your own economy.
Black, did you see that 50 Cent's post? What he said about stars?
Nope, I didn't.
He just bought a 900 and something acre lot of a lot, I think, and he's going to develop his own studios.
Ooh.
And he said that he regrets actually taking his talent and developing his shows under stars. That was just to your point, what you were saying.
By the way, y'all, he posted a video today of the warehouse that he just purchased. And I mean, it's a lot of space. So I'm telling y'all, this is the moves that we all have to make. We got to start investing in things that's going to benefit us as a collective. Every group has been moving as a collective unit except us. For too long, Black Americans have been doing this whole individualism and this so-called, well, we got to be fair. Well, Black America, I'm telling you right now, this whole fairness thing, you can throw it out the door. You can slam the damn door on that shit. Because there is no fairness when it comes to other groups.
Amen to that.
They're not moving fair. Amen. They don't give us fairness. I want y'all to understand this, family. They don't give us fairness. If you notice, what just happened to that brother down there in Texas who got sentenced for 70 years because he spit towards a cop? Because I don't think he spit on the cop. I think he spit or he spat. Let me say it that way. Towards the cop. And a judge gave him 70 years down there.
70 years to life.
Yeah.
And then the next case he tried was a dude that had committed murder, and that dude only got I think 3 years or 5 years or something like that. It was crazy.
That is crazy. Now, when people look at that case, they're saying, whoa, something's wrong here. The federal government should be looking at that case and saying, okay, something's wrong here. See, this would be the prime example where the federal government I think Black held a space on that, y'all, about when the federal government steps into certain cases. This would be a prime example. Black, was that one of your spaces about the federal government where they step into certain cases?
Yeah.
The federal government can probably get into that case, but someone has to lodge a complaint to the federal courts. That's the only way that they're going to jump. I can't see the federal government unilaterally just jumping in. Someone has to put in a complaint.
Yeah, and so that was the point of the space, is that the federal government is extremely limited in what happens inside of the state. So that was the topic of the space, is how limited the federal government is. But you're right. This is a case where it's obvious that this is an injustice. It's a violation. It's over the top punishment for the situation, and it doesn't match the crime. So you would think the federal government would step in. But even if someone does, to Black American Homeland's point, if someone does petition and he has attorney, and who knows if he can afford attorneys for that, and tries to elevate it through all the red tape and get it over the states. You probably got to appeal and do a whole bunch of things to get to that point and then get it to the federal government. What happens is if it goes to the court system, the federal courts can just refuse to hear the case, quite literally. You need some Department of Justice, and usually that's very political. That Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice is very political. So if it was, and I'm gonna use this example because guess what? It's time for us to start using this example. If it was a trans black male who was arrested under the same situation and the White House saw it as a political opportunity for them to flex their muscles, they would intervene. But since it's a black male, they have no political capital in that situation. And so it's likely that this black person, this black male, is going to languish around in prison, until some miracle occurs, unfortunately. Fucking sucks, bro. Fucking sucks, man.
And Black, to your point right there, that's so unfortunate because that's what's going to happen. He's going to just be sitting in there for something that is not really I would not consider that a major crime. I don't know about y'all,
Definitely,
but I wouldn't consider that a major crime.
I think it was 3 strikes.
And quite frankly, some of these police officers need to be spat on. I mean, like it is, because they out here committing crimes.
Oh, man.
These folks are out here committing crimes with badges on. We see it on the videos every day.
That's facts.
They out here doing all kinds of harm in our communities. Okay? So I want y'all to understand, when it comes to these guys, these cops, the people that's usually doing the most harm to them are their own people. When you see a officer getting shot or ambushed, it's usually another white male that's doing it.
Oh, that's
but yet they're out here shooting our people when they are unarmed, and they just minding their damn business.
I got a couple stories.
The people that's shooting at them or killing them are people that look like them.
Oh, okay, there it goes.
So you tell me who they really should be aiming their guns at. These cops should be aiming their guns at white males, because that's who's shooting them and ambushing them.
Amen to that. They ain't gonna do that.
But we know now that they want to shoot black people. That's what it comes down to. They just want to shoot black people. That's what it is. But in a black majority state, family, we can make the laws. It would be us in control of the courts.
Yes. Amen to that.
So that's what I'm saying to you, for all you black Americans who don't want to make these moves, understand, when you out there on an island by yourself, you are at the mercy of white supremacy, because they have control of the courts and the police force, and your ass is going to be in there.
So unfortunate.
Ask that brother out there right now in Texas that's got 70 years just because he did a spit at a damn police officer, which they deserve to get spit on, okay? Just tell it like it is.
Let me talk about this story. This was a 25-year-old black male, Amari Ya Henderson. He was with his girlfriend of 3 years. He was doing it's not Grubhub, DoorDash. So this is on the border of, I guess, Missouri and Kansas or whatever. These two states are right next to each other. So he has an expired tag, which is so crazy. I checked my I checked my envelope in my car today. My insurance card showed February. So what I'm riding dirty as hell. My insurance card showed February. And I just realized my registration is expired. So I gotta renew. I got the insurance card, but I gotta renew my registration. So here's a young black male, 25 years old. He's with his girlfriend. He's working. He's doing everything he's supposed to be doing. He's on his last delivery of the night over in Kansas City. And They pull him over for the registration. There's a scuffle. You know, he ends up dead. He ends up dead. And goodness gracious, like, what do you say after that? You know what I mean? Like, what is
the guy that was driving the Uber? I mean, driving DoorDash?
DoorDash. Yep, DoorDash.
When he was driving DoorDash, I saw that video, and that's so sad. So, you telling me you killed this man because he didn't have no registration?
Man.
At best, it's a ticket, right?
It's a ticket. Yeah. That's administrative. It's a ticket, and you show up and you show that you have your registration, and usually don't even force you to pay the fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a ticket. It's a ticket because all you got to do, once you fix whatever you need to fix, you can take it to the courts and they'll drop the charge. That's normally how that works.
That's how that works.
So
that's
today
how that
marks
works. That's how that works. Man, my God.
Today marks the
what the fuck, bro? You killed this man
beating, the racial beating
over what? I mean, goodness fucking gracious, bro. Who?
A group that I always say you guys have to go and check out. They have a lot of good information, collected data and stuff, and it seems as if, again, we haven't taken enough steps to make sure these things don't happen. I think based off of all of the documented times of somebody being murdered in the street, which is why when you always see me post those videos on my timeline, I'm always tagging particular groups, agencies, right? Because they are in charge of enforcing the Constitution, enforcing a lot of the articles, and they always claim that there isn't enough documentation for them to create laws for us. But that's a lie, because Emmett Till wasn't a new case. This young man that just lost his life doing DoorDash is not a new case. If you ask me, they're just videotaped. As my mom would tell me, you know, these things have been happening for a long time. It's just now they're on video. And social media is an easy accessible thing. Hence, I think why they're trying to really get rid of TikTok on top of, you know, the money grab. But at the same time, we're not taking it to them like the other groups are taking it to them, which is why, you know, you had Don pushing, you know, that we actually go to those hearings and talk about how, you know, these other groups are meeting in front of legislators and getting recorded on record that there are hate crimes happening, even though they always try to push it off. The hate crimes are coming from Black people, but we never actually say, hey, you have countless videos, countless records, even records that the police department are not even filing with the federal government when they ask for information on hate crimes being filed. Over thousands be on top of thousands.
Wow.
But we're not showing up. I mean, I don't know how else you want me to say that. There's no sugarcoating it. We're not showing up in the record numbers that we need to show up. Like the marching, that's how we need to show up at a lot of these state buildings and meetings. And it would be the same way if we were in a Black majority state. We would need to show up.
So we got some folks on the YouTube. DJ actually was on social earlier. He's on the YouTube. And then we have someone who said her family member, a female, was doing Uber, and I guess she had one of the Uber rental cars. And she said every time she did it, 4 guys would follow her every day and night. And she finally quit because she felt like it was they were tracking her rental through the Uber system. Man, for women especially, you know, with these gig opportunities, you know, my sister did it. Well, actually, a couple of my sisters tried it, and I would always suggest to them, you know, do it during the day. Once it gets dark out, definitely like start heading home, because I did it for a very short period of time, and you get the after bar crowd, you start getting a bunch of just knuckleheads anyway, and after a certain time period, I just don't think it's healthy for women to be out in the car by themselves. Even, I mean, that's where you're putting people in your back seat, which is very dangerous. But even with delivering food, because oftentimes you could be going to the wrong address, and or people could be doxing or setting you up to deliver to an address, and all of that. So you got to be very, very careful as a woman, doing those gig economy gig jobs. Gotta be careful, man.
Hell, even like you said, ordering, because I know I ordered DoorDash, and I remember one time this guy came to the door, and he was trying to hit on me. I was just like, oh, no, thank you. I'm like, no, thank you. And then I got worried, like, these people know where you live.
They know where you live. That's it. That's scary.
It's like you taking a risk. So that's why I really believe in, like, I really believe in arming yourself. Because you have people out here kidnapping grown people in broad daylight.
Black women in particular need to stay aware and alert when they out by themselves, as Black Majority said. Y'all probably need to be in before sundown, because we do know that there's white supremacists out here that will kidnap you, and they be ready to do what they need to do to you to take you out the same way they do Black men. They don't care about y'all being women. So I have told my sister, you have your ass in before daylight.
Ain't nobody going to listen. I'm gonna say this. I appreciate and I can understand the awareness to be in the house. But I'm gonna tell you, women ain't gonna go in the house after broad daylight. So I always say you better learn how to protect yourself, or you need to be around some guys at night that you trust if you're gonna go out. So I always say, hey, if I have to go somewhere, I'll call someone I know, or I'll call a girlfriend I know. If I have to go outside, I'm just not outside by myself.
That's the battle.
If I'm gonna be out at night, but I'm damn sure getting my CCW, and that's on God, because some people just want to behave, maliciously, and those people will be the ones who lose their life, because I plan on living.
Hey, look, I agree with you. I don't want to see you sisters give up your life, of course, for being able to do the things you want to do, right? We all deserve to be able to live comfortable and happy and free and all this stuff. I'm just saying, because of the climate of the country, and we all see the climate.
You gotta take it. You gotta take
if you don't have
serious.
A brother or a husband around you at the time, yes, you do need to have your ass in that house. There you go. That's what I'm gonna say it like that, sister. Have your ass in that house, or you ain't got no brother or husband or boyfriend around you at that time. Now, can I say it any better than that?
Did something happen, though? Or are we just talking about just in general? At that point, I think Professor was talking in general, but a lot of stuff has happened to women, and in general, Miss Tammy. But we were talking about the guy that was murdered by the police driving DoorDash. Like in the last couple of days or something?
Yeah.
Yes. In Kansas.
Tammy, let me say this. I'm gonna give you a prime example of a case, and this was probably back in 2014. That's gonna be still recent history, even though it's been 8 years. That's still recent history. 2014, an Oklahoma City cop was out there raping Black women, and I think the Black women were supposedly prostitutes, but he was still raping Black women. Okay.
Not that last one. That last one wasn't.
I think it was in Tennessee.
That last one wasn't. I know who you talking about. It was the Asian white looking guy, right?
Yeah, the white guy.
He was. So the majority of women he went after were ladies of the night, but he for some reason he went after them. But the last woman that actually got him wasn't. She was a. Like Brian, she was something. She was not a lady of the night. She was a regular woman. He pulled over and raped her. Damn. And she ended up going to the precinct. Damn. And telling him what happened, and that's how he ended up getting caught. But she wasn't. They wasn't traceable. Huh? What'd you say, Miss Tammy?
He was comfortable with prostitutes, ladies of the night, because nobody would be looking for him.
Right. Right. And, it still was wrong, though. But I remember his ass. But I remember the Asian community coming out talking about that he needed leniency. I remember that shit. I'll never forget that shit.
Yeah, they did.
It was they made a huge deal because he got a long sentence, and they wanted him to have leniency. And then there was another case where I think it was a cop. Was it the cop that shot Castile? Where the Asian community came out? It was like came out against him being prosecuted.
I thought that was with the.
I think so, really, because that cop was Asian. He was part Asian. He sure was.
But I don't disagree with. I see it from both ends. And I always am very transparent about feeling comfortable with your surroundings, and I don't care if you know the person or you don't know them. We live in an environment now, downtown Nashville. They done built all kinds of housing, and you party down there, you drink down there. I had a client who was out with some friends and taken somewhere, woke up in a house she didn't know where she was, and left, went back down, and her friends, were gone, and it just tore her up. I've also shared very loudly because we try to stop hiding stuff like this. Because when we hide stuff like this, it continues to happen. But, I admit, a guy, we were supposed to go to the African Street Festival, it rained, new people, very nice neighborhood, the zip code, since we can't go there, let's go, I'm going to pick up some wings and we can watch a movie. And I did text a friend of mine, you always have a security person who you let know where you're going to be, right? And I don't know why I did that, because I felt comfortable, but I guess it was the experiences that you start hearing about and how quick it can happen. And I get over there, I walk in the house, and I'm like, hey, and I don't smell no food or see no food. But this is hindsight. And he immediately shipped me real hard, and I was like, okay, calm down, fella. Let me go to the bathroom, because I was like, maybe that'll, I didn't even put my purse down. I just felt uncomfortable. And when I came out of the bathroom, he was naked and he grabbed my wrist. Wow. And it was over. It was over. He said, you can't spring because it's soundproof. I got soundproof. You just don't know people. Is my thing. Wow. And at the time, I was like, I think I just got, raped. Wow. I used to be the one to say, how do you get date raped? Damn. It happens in 2.3 seconds flat, and you are ashamed about it. I just tried to be an advocate for speaking out about it. Damn, because it usually happens on college campuses. And I'm not ashamed about it. I did report it. And then And this particular police department was very attentive, didn't ask questions that made me feel like, well, what was you doing coming over his house at 10 o'clock at night? Because that's what we do. But we have got to stop doing that, and because if women could stop rape and violence against women, it would stop. But sometimes we don't, and women do stuff similar to we'll laugh or whatever. So we got to start checking that that's not something, a conversation, we're going to laugh and we ha-ha about.
Damn.
And it wasn't that I did anything wrong, but that's how you feel. And I'm driving down the street and I pull over and I stop and I said, I think I just got raped.
Damn.
Well, I told you no, and I was surprised and you didn't let my wrist go.
Damn.
And it don't have to be, I'm sorry for taking over this conversation.
Damn.
But it's very important for me to get that out.
Whew. God, bro. Damn.
We tend to not believe women.
That shit is crazy, bro.
And I remember when the Vanderbilt rape case with the football player came out, had the video not been watched by somebody on accident, they had passed this footage around. Laughing, hee-haw, nobody saw a problem with it. And that's the point. And when all of that came out and you saw the girl being dressed, it's just, we couldn't have stopped that, but you should have felt, somebody should have said, man, get up. This ain't right. Because we can't say that. And women, I remember thinking about going to Freaknik and Black Day on the beach. I should be, but we had a Freaknik. We would say, woo! And we stopped somebody to talk to. But today,
I'm sorry, Miss Tammy, I'm off. Where the conversation go? What happened?
No. Oh, y'all couldn't hear me?
No, I can hear you. I'm saying what is that? How do you reference that and what we're talking about now? I just want you to I'm trying to bring it full circle. That's what I'm asking you.
Because y'all were talking about the police getting beat up, and then it went to women don't go out. So I'm assuming.
Okay, got you. I'm following you now. Go ahead.
And then you talk about getting a gun, and I'm just giving, and it just made me see an opportunity to share. This is why I agree with Professor.
Gotcha.
But I see your point too. And I do get scared anytime I open up my door. Or I have to go to somebody's house. It can happen so quick, is what I'm saying. Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. I got you. I was trying to jump back in and follow you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me say that I am so sorry that happened to you, that you went through that experience. That sounds extremely frightening, and it sounds like what does happen to people in the midst of a very traumatic experience. You almost separate yourself, your consciousness from your physical, and that's how sometimes you get through it and survive through it. But I'm very, very sorry that happened to you. Jesus.
And I'm sorry it happened too. And I share it because if you think about it, when you come forward, a lot of times we question. I don't know if y'all saw a documentary with Faith Evans where she shared her experience with Tupac. They had did a song together, whatever. This was way back in the day when they was all, getting famous or whatever. And she said she did the hook and, waiting on getting paid. And he said, I need you to suck my dick. I don't mean to say it like that, but that's how she said it. And she said, I don't know why he would think that, blah, blah, blah. And the first thing people say, here we go again. I said, what does Faith Evans have to gain at this point for sharing that? And then a few years later, Tupac gets put in jail for 4 years for rape. Do women sometimes lie about it? Yes. And I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just saying we got to start being mindful because that's how it continues. But yeah,
okay, Tammy, I'm gonna interject for just a second. I'm gonna tell you why I'm interjecting on this. Where that comes from, the reason why people have a tendency to push back against women when they holler this rape thing is a historical significance to this, particularly as it pertains to black men, because white women were lying on black men. See, that's the pushback right there. That's a historical significance to this. So therefore, now people say, well, shit, wait a minute now. We can't just go with women when they say this, because hell, they could be sitting there trying to set a man up. They could be lying, which unfortunately there are some that do. And there's some that have been caught in lies. So therefore, it's going to be some pushback, and this is why, as a woman, if something like this happens to you, I guess this is one of them situations where you better make sure you have something to show where you have been. And you better do it right away instead of saying, okay, well, I'm going to wait, let's see, 10 years, right? You wait 10 years, right? And you say, well, shit, Tupac raped me back in such and such time, right? Well, damn, woman, you coming out here telling us this shit?
But Professor, 95% of the women you probably met in your lifetime has probably been raped.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Well,
I mean, I'm not saying that they haven't.
Hold on, raped or molested in some form or fashion, and they don't always say. And you have a lot of women that don't say anything for a particular reason. Trauma, again, people react to trauma totally different, and so for the many women that lie about something that has happened to them. There could have been something that did happen to them, but they become now desensitized to a situation, and now they're just creating further trauma and impacting other people's lives because they didn't handle a situation. And so I agree with Miss Tammy. There is some sort of cultural society reaction that we've created in order to put you in a state of mind as a man to say what you just said, instead of saying, well, you do have situations where people need to make sure that if this is something that's happened to them, that they seek help, they go right away to try to find a way to work through it so that they can make a report. Because you have cases of rape that I think there was it was on the news. They were talking about, I think it was in Philly or Detroit, one of them states, where they were saying they have rape kits that have not been tested for years because of
Pennsylvania.
Okay, because of not enough resources.
Pennsylvania.
But they'll collect they collect samples at the hospital. So why isn't it that they're not able to do everything right then and there at the hospital when they're collecting samples? Again, was outrage. Right. So again, I think there is a double-edged sword when having this particular conversation, because you have people who are invested in cases not being solved.
Look, ladies, I want cases to be solved when it involves truly a woman being attacked, assaulted, raped. I want those cases to be resolved. Unfortunately, the women that's out here lying, trying to get stuff for nothing, is where it's coming into a problem for the women that's truly being hurt and harmed. And so I think that's where all this disconnect is coming in at. And but yes, there are women out here that are truly being harmed and violated, and we want those women to have some kind of form of justice in some kind of way. These delays in the system, such as what you were just talking about with Pennsylvania, some kind of way we need to get those cases adjudicated. I don't understand why they can't, like you just said about the hospital, why they can't just do it there. So some kind of way we need to get these women justice so we can help them. But Then too, on the other side of it, we got women that will lie on men because we just seen some cases that just recently been overturned where black men were accused of rape and they did not rape. Okay, we just saw it, y'all. I mean, I'm just having to throw it out there because you know it's true. Okay. So see, we dealing with two things here. We're dealing with a system that is filled with white racism, supremacy, that will lock black men down for crimes like that right there that didn't do anything, right? But then we got women that have been assaulted that need justice, right? So how do we fix the system? I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's just an interesting dynamic, don't you think, Willa?
It is very interesting. Yeah, no, that's very interesting. Man, so my experience in dating. Yeah, my experience in dating is that a lot of the women that I dated and that I hired as staff at different businesses that I've had, they did have a sexual assault incident that occurred in their childhood and or their early adulthood. So it is very, very, very prevalent in the community, the population, and many of them didn't come forward. They didn't go to law enforcement. The ones who did, the person never faced justice. So you know, if I was I'll never be an officer, but if some reason I was an officer, I would certainly, in that position, I would lean towards giving the woman grace enough to hear her story. I would want to do somewhat of an investigation, and you know, if you know, it's like where there's smoke, there's fire, that type of thing. Um, when we're dealing with these quote unquote famous people, and that can be entertainers, that could be politicians, it could be whatever, and male or female, it doesn't matter to me, the gender. I think you gotta approach that differently, but still be very, very direct about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to go to the press with the story. I don't want it to become a thing where people are convicting people in the public forum, but I do want to do the investigation. And you know, because even if a lie is there, I think the way that you eliminate the lies is by you charge the women who lie. You give them and you create legislation that makes it a crime to give false accusations, and that could be involve a wide range of topics, not just this particular issue, but this does seem to be an issue where that does come about, and so that they know that there are going to be consequences if they are not telling the truth. And so you give them multiple opportunities to, are you telling the truth? Because if you're not telling the truth, yes, there could be potential you know, charges. You'll have to go through the system. And so I think if the society was set up like that, it would eliminate much of that. It's probably not going to do 100%, but I think you eliminate much of it. And then you can really focus in on the situations that do occur, because I think what the issue is from women, from my experience, again, from the women that I've dated or talked to, is that no one listens to them the first time they tell the story, or no one believes them the first time they tell the story. And then they just kind of internalize it from that point on. So again, and to Miss Tammy's credit, she did tell somebody, they did take it seriously. So you know, shout out to the person who did take it seriously, and you know, much respect to her for actually going to law enforcement, because that is very difficult, because yeah, you are exposing yourself to the public when you do that, quite literally. And so, you know, it's such a delicate topic, but it's something that does need to be eradicated. because we're talking about adults, but there are children, and many of those women that I dated, it happened to them when they were underage. They were children at the time, so it is a very serious topic.
Absolutely, it is a very serious topic.
As well, we're going to forward in a lot more of a serious way because it doesn't go away, right? And just in the Black community, we have we hold secrets that we probably shouldn't hold. And it's not right. But you live with that, it's embarrassing, and we have to normalize a conversation of safety. It's a lot that goes on. And I just like Steve Wilkos because as a clinician, it's just important for me just to hear, some of the stories. And you would be surprised that I don't get it wrong often, but I've gotten it wrong 2 or 3 times, and I tell you, I've gotten it wrong, and had it been for the lie detector test, I probably, which I don't take sides or whatever, but I probably wouldn't have believed it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get off that topic, y'all. We can get back to the top of the topic of the space says 10% can't carry the 90% of non-doers. So we're gonna move back to the topic, if y'all don't mind, right? Black majority and Black homeland, Black American homeland, and Rilla, right? So, with that being said, Tammy, what we got to focus on is how we can get our people to see that we need to move, or they should move from wherever they are to a Black majority area, Black majority state, so we can make sure that our people are protected. You want to speak on that?
Oh, let me say this. You've heard me say the last few days about, not feeling like I had I've decided to move from to advocacy and investigative journalism. I think I'm going to get this fellowship that I've applied for to be able to do that. Because in order to do that, we could move to that area and we can think we safe, but if you think about it, they come into our area and burn down stuff and threaten us. And when we carry a gun or whatever to keep the community safe, it's an issue. But I agree. Being together is better, but we shouldn't. It ain't gonna be a safety issue. We gotta get up there and make some noise.
Well, Miss Tammy, I'm gonna say this to your point that people come into the community and burn down, and they commit domestic terrorism, and that's true. But the repercussions is consequences have never befell a lot of the people who have done it. And I'm not saying I'm talking about street justice. Sometimes vigilantism is not as bad as what we think it is. I think it's bad when it's not done in righteousness, or it's not done and it's not justified. If someone comes and burns down my house, I have every right to go and take out their whole block.
Yes.
I'm not saying you don't. What I'm saying,
I'm saying that has never been what has happened, and that's why I think that we're supposed to rely on that. Has not happened.
What has not happened? Let me look up.
It has never happened. It has never happened to. So when we heard about a lot of the massacres that happened, and you read about them, you never read about the Black community, the people in the Black community returning that back to those people who did those things.
Okay.
No, that's what I'm saying. And so nowadays, right. That's what I'm saying. And so nowadays, we have the ability to protect ourselves through the Second Amendment, whereas if someone came into a black majority state and we have authority over the police department, or we have authority over the state military, or creating a state, military to protect our communities, they should be able to go and get those people. Or if not, there should be a community council that is tasked to go and get those people.
Let me just say this real quick. We got to fight against policy. A lot of black men and women can't even carry guns for protection. But that's what the white community, especially in rural areas, depend on. That's what they go to first. We go to communication skills. But that's not what they go to. And when you will get 10 years just for being in a house with a gun, that's a barrier to protection that they rely on and they go to first. Even with the police. It's a culture.
What are you talking
and yes, I go back to still, what the Black Panther Party of self-defense tried to do. Protect its community. And it came in and found stuff wrong. And it's just, I hear what you're saying. I went for the first time to the gun range. And I don't get a gun for my, for safety.
Good.
And it was really just uncomfortable for me. And I got to go weekly and more to get out of that. But a lot of us haven't even held a gun. I hadn't. And that's the point. I had a conversation with a rural white guy on thing. He said, we were raised, having a gun is like riding a bike. We start early and they're comfortable with it. And a lot of us, maybe if we start early, so we get criminalized for having it.
Who's this speaking? This disruptor?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, disruptor. Okay, just imagine a state that is super majority black, that is between 66% to 80% black. We control the state legislature. We have a black governor. We have black senators. The judges, right? We can control the court system. We got black judges. We have black police officers. We can control the police department. Do you see a white person committing a heinous crime in a supermajority black state? I don't think it's not going to happen. They can try, but if they get caught, right? Our judges, when they go to a court system that's controlled by black people, those judges going to sentence them to 100 years in prison. So it'll be very risky for a white person to commit a crime in a super majority black state. It's just too risky.
I would love for that, and I never would have said that. But and I'm not saying Tennessee because I know Tennessee, but look at Mason, Tennessee. How they wouldn't even let them. They knew white people had destroyed their financial economy, but the very fact of hearing they might come up and they might control millions of dollars, and people might move back into the area. The state jumped in. I just really think when you have alleged, and I understand what you're saying, but I would hope, but I just have no confidence that we will be left alone to do what we want. When we came out of slavery, asked, what would you like? What do you need? To be left alone by y'all. Right? We know how to survive, but they hate seeing it.
You know what? I gotta bring this up because we were talking about this earlier. This is a Al Jazeera Plus, and they say this is I guess somewhere in America. I gotta figure it out where it's from, but they say local governments and private investors sold almost 9,000 homes for unpaid tax debt from 2014 to 2020. So 9,000 homes over a 6-year period. They made over 300 million in profits. Homeowners were left with nothing, losing an estimated 860 million in property and savings. So what they're doing, and this was a black woman who lost her apartment, it was some type of condo, for a $2,300 unpaid tax bill. They sold the property, and for it looks like they sold the property for 40,000. She only owed 15. Instead of giving her the $25,000 difference, they kept it. They say they've taken people's homes for tax bills as low as $8.41. 12 states, including DC, allows you to do that. So what these governments are doing, I guess this is going to be elevated to the Supreme Court, which is just something that we should be watching. But what they allow these governments to do is steal away people's homes. You got to believe, and I have to believe, this black grandmother was one, that this is a disproportionately affecting black American homeowners, and this is a Ponzi scheme, quite literally, because they tax you out of your home. You spend all your whole life working as hard as you can to pay and own your home, and then you get to this elderly stage of life where you have a very fixed income. You forget to make a couple of tax payments, and then they're taking you to court, and you may not even know that you're in court, and the judge just gives over your property and they sell it out from underneath you. So man, I didn't get a chance to read that earlier in the space, but that is absolutely insane.
And Black, you know who can't lose their homes? The people who were given homes under the Homestead Act.
Homestead, yeah.
It's written in there. They can't lose their home even through bankruptcy. Let me find the exact wording. Have you ever just wondered how these white people still in this house? Because they can't lose their home. It's outrageous. But who says we're not the only ones who's discovered that? You know, who's showing up saying something about it?
Damn. Yeah, so for the brother, Miss Rella put in the chat about the black man who is helping other people, buy these homes. There was one video, it was on YouTube a while back, and it was another brother who was doing essentially the same thing. And so,
going in the Matrix, Black.
Damn it. Okay, I'll be back. Oh
okay,
man,
y'all.
They stay with the fuckeration over here, man. They stay putting me in the fucking Matrix every chance they get. Damn it, bros.
No. Hey, look, we mentioned your name a couple of times over here, so welcome to the house, bro. And for all the family up in here, how y'all doing? Sister Trouble down, I see Sister Trouble down in there, so much love to her. I'm glad to see her up in here, and everybody else. So, there goes Sister Heavenly, Sister Wilson. I see she went back to listener. And there go the adverb, adverb. She up in the house. So Black Majority, you back up?
Yeah, I'm back. Yep. Shout out to the folks in the space, for sure. Man, I'll be honest, I lost my whole train of thought. I went and answered a text message. So
about to say smoking the weed,
no, man, I don't do that. Someone had offered a cigar, and I'm like, man, thank you so much, but I don't want to take something and I'm never going to smoke a cigar. You know what I'm saying? So I don't smoke anything at all. And even if I did weed and I thought about it, whenever I get in a position to do it, it'll probably be an edible or a spray or something, because I just don't want to deal with that smoke. Yeah. But these are, man, it's kind of like you have tragedy and then you kind of, or like, I don't know, it's kind of like a good thing when they reverse the tragedy that they already caused. But in Atlanta, or an Atlanta couple, I'm sorry, this happened in Tennessee. An Atlanta couple was reunited with their 5 children who were taken by Tennessee officials and placed in foster care after a traffic stop found marijuana and tests indicating use of harder drugs. So I guess this family was driving through Tennessee with their car full of kids, and they took these kids away from them and put them in foster care, and dragged them through the process. And so they have been, the mother has been united with her children. And then there was the story, I think this one was in Texas. Black couple from Dallas was reunited with their 5-week-old baby after a tumultuous battle with authorities who took the child from the family home just days after birth. And I believe that that is, they want to get those injections into those babies. I think that was the same thing in Florida. They have this very intensive jab program that goes into young children. And so I think that's where they will claim that you're being medically negligent if you don't get those series of jabs into these babies. Man, that is, we're gonna need some real medical professionals to give the Black majority states guidance in that area, especially. But that is something that is very big, man. Very, very big. Disruptor, you got it.
So, I live in Tennessee. Yeah. And so let me speak on that. And this is why I'm going over to advocacy. When you've been in the industry so long, you know a whole lot, right? And Department of Children's Services across the country have been disingenuous with our kids. They have been unfair with how they treat situations like this. And nobody shows up because, and this is not a jab at anything. I'm a Black woman advocating for Black people who usually have no one show up for them, right? But social workers have a lot of authority. They have a lot of power when it comes to removing, children from the home. Well, let me say, DCS just got in trouble on an audit because you treat it like punishment. Instead of working to take the kids, work to keep the family together, and we lost that. Even when the kids, it doesn't even make sense that my kids would be removed from marijuana.
Yeah.
It doesn't even make sense.
Doesn't make sense
for that to occur. Right. Then you treat the children like they done did something wrong. Why y'all treating the children bad? You will send the case. You have a budget of millions of dollars, and you will make these kids sleep on the floor, or you will make a case manager drive them 3 hours for a family. Who is working in these places, right? You need to build some type of housing right next to the center. No, you don't appreciate what you're doing. And the audit called them out. But the thing about that is, who's going to oversee it? Who's going to make sure, the next tragedy doesn't happen?
I hear you.
Nobody, because you want to fire the commissioner instead of the 5 executive directors under them that's done been in the damn job for 30 years and ain't did shit in 20. We got to get back to letting these agencies know they work for us. Who do you think you are? Then you want to put impossible barriers to just get food stamps. You got barriers for somebody to get fed. But you'll make these barriers, but you'll use the money for another program. It's and they say they don't understand systematic. Y'all, I see it every day. And it's outrageous, but nobody speaks up. And I hope that I'm instrumental in showing up for these families, because I sent the new commissioner an email, because I work with and do assessments for those who find themselves in a juvenile justice situation and they have to have a mental health assessment, right? I emailed her and I said, I would love to sit down with you because my experience, let's just look at, I also see a lot of the caseworkers suffer from over supervision and being stressed, too busy. Okay, we complain about these things, but when are we going to show up to change it?
Mm-hmm. Hey, I hear you, because that's what the whole theme behind the spaces that I'm doing are really about action. It's about, again, now we talk about this 10%, but it's the 10% is usually carrying the 90% of people who don't want to do anything or just totally oblivious to what's going on. So I agree. We got to start doing something. We need organizations. So when money's on the table, we can put our organizations, business card and forms and website and all that information into the pool of people who get the money. TD Jakes.
You know what else? Real quick, you know what else they wanted to do? We got to get these city council seats. And I know about, starting our own area, but we will put anybody in office because they smart.
Yeah.
They said the solution was to give DCS $50 more million. No, I spoke up and I said, no, the solution is reallocating money and replacing staff that have on their little Facebook thing, email me. What you mean email you if you need to contact me?
Hey, so Miss Disruptor, let me, because I heard you say take over an area, and I've heard you kind of characterize that a couple times, and then at the same time you'll say we need to run for this office, we need to run for the office, we need to run for this office. So let me try to make it a little bit clearer so that we understand what we're talking about. We are not talking about going out into the middle of nowhere and building a village or a reservation or anything like that. We're actually talking about moving into cities and towns within the same state so that we can run for the offices within that state, and that we get enough of our people in positions of elected office so that we ultimately become the legislators in the state, the governor in the state, the mayors in the state, the police chiefs, the judges, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So through a process of overwhelming population, we actually are able to do all of the things that we talk about in these spaces. We're able to fix all of the things that we talk about in these spaces. And so it's a comprehensive solution versus we're scattered all over the country and we're going to elect a few people here, a few people over there, a few people up there, a few people down there. And then we're going to be dealing with the same issues because the issues that we are dealing with are built into the system. They're built into the process. And so unless we can take over the whole system, which is the state, we're always going to be dealing with these issues because that's the way the system is designed for our population specifically. Everybody else, they can do whatever they want because the system allows them to do whatever they want, but they're not going to let us do what we need to do ultimately as a collective to protect our population. They'll let a few individuals rise up because that makes it look good. And be perfectly honest, they can always point to the person who has risen up and say, well, look at them. They did it. They rose up. They were able to do it. If they can do it, you can do it. But the reality is that no, just because someone was able to entertain you and you like, shout out to Lamar Jackson and his mother who just signed a $260 million contract for 5 years of playing football. God bless him, his family, all his future generations. And he stuck by his guns. He stood on his 10 toes, and his mother got the 3% commission, which is roughly $7.8 million or whatever it is. And so there's only one Lamar Jackson on the planet Earth. And there's only, I don't know, 32 teams and 32 quarterbacks in the NFL that are going to be starting quarterbacks, and they're not all going to get the top dollar. So there's probably only 10 that are going to get anywhere near that number. And so it's not something that you can point to and say, well, if they did it, you could do it, because we can't go through that same path. It's just not available to 99.9% of us. 99.9% of us are going to have to work very, very hard, and we don't have any support in us just working and building on our own, because we're essentially operating as individuals, and we need to start operating as a collective, moving together, concentrating our population, voting together as a block, and literally not out in the woods or in the wilderness somewhere, but literally taking over entire states that we can take over. Tennessee is a state that it needs a little bit more population than Georgia. It is within the realm of possibilities. However, for me, there are other states that require much less population, that have seaports, that are just much better logistically, physically. Their location to me is much more attractive, and the number of people needed is way more attractive. But Tennessee is one of those states that is kind of, as our population grows, certainly would like to move into Tennessee and be able to eventually take over that state. But that may be 1 generation down, 2 generations down the road, as long as we can get these other states started first. So I just want you to have a better understanding of it, and because it sounds like, yeah, it just sounds like you think we're going to go out into the woods or something. I don't want people to think that.
Well, I thought that's what we were going to do with Mason, Tennessee. But that would have been a great opportunity. I thought that was talked about.
And Tammy, I'm gonna add on to what Black Majority just said about that. Going back just briefly, okay, back to what we were talking about with the sexual assaults and rapes and all that, right? In a Black majority state, we can really handle those situations because it'll be under us. The reason why I was like, okay, let's flip this back over to the 10% topic and 90% that, just not going to do anything. Because in a white supremacy system, which is what we are all living up under right now, it's too much hypocrisy. See, because we can hold Black men accountable for rape, because Black men, chances are, they're going to get charged and they're going to get put in jail. But if white men rape you, guess what's going to happen, Tammy? Yeah. You're not going to get justice. You're not going to get justice. That white man going to get away with it. So that's what I'm saying. Under this system, there is no justice for a Black woman.
Culturally, it should be justice for a Black woman, whether it is a white man or a Black man, a yellow man, a red man, an invisible man.
Oh, I agree with that, but you already know it's not under this system. Now, that's what I'm saying.
But I'm saying it should be. There should be men
that
literally would be ready to put on their black in the middle and dead of the night like the white boys do, and go ahead and run up in some people's house.
Okay, so I want to talk about the Masons. So she said that she thought this was going to happen in Mason. So let me explain it. Let me explain this. Cities, and this is not even a city, it's a very small town. They have no power. They have no authority, like, at all. Just period. Just like zero power, zero authority at all whatsoever. It's very, very, very limited, and it only is inside of their jurisdiction or their boundaries. Now Mason is a interesting case because we had the mayor of Mason, and it wasn't me, but others had the mayor of Mason in these spaces having conversations, GoFundMe's, people are doing whatever they can do, boom, boom, boom. And then they ended up electing Eddie Noman, who's the first American Egyptian to be elected to the town of Mason. He was sworn in on December 19th, 2022. So after everything that we did as a collective, they ended up replacing the black mayor, and they went with a local quote unquote businessman who's essentially going to do everything that they wanted to do anyway, quite literally.
Hey, Black, are you serious, man?
I'm dead as serious. I'm looking at their Mason, Tennessee website right now, and you see the pictures of him being sworn in. So we need state authority because the states have the power, the cities have no power, the counties have some power, but they don't have as much power as states. We need the state. If we're going to do anything that's going to change anything, we have to have the state.
The whole state. Yep. So let me ask you this, Black Majority. Delaware right now it will be our first choice, right? That's the first state we can take.
It is the state that requires the least amount of us to make happen. So for me, yes, Delaware, it should be the first one. It's the smallest one.
Okay. Because I'm going to tell you, family, I visited Delaware back here a year and a half ago, and Black Majority is right. That's a very nice state. I'm telling you, I loved it out there just for because I was up there for about 3.5 days. And I'm telling you, it was beautiful. If we was to get up in there, you could build up your homes. It's near a seaport because I was actually near the sea where I was visiting. I was near the sea. I was like, man, I got to move up here. And this is before I even met Black Majority. So when I first came back into the spaces, and I heard him talking about that, I said, damn, that's interesting. I just came from Delaware, and he's talking about Delaware. Which is why I was willing to hear what he had to say because I had just came from there. Loved it. And I say, Black family, you would love it. I believe you all would love it. Yeah, I love it. So, but yeah, Black Majority, that's why when I heard you first talking about it, back here a while ago, when I first came back, I didn't have no issues with you talking about it, man. I was like, shit, this is a great idea what he's telling the family. And I think the family should look at that and say, hey, you know what? Let's do it. Let's make this move. Hey, Black, did you say that that town? I remember they said that town that had a black mayor in Tennessee, it was like 80 or 90% black. But I'm trying to figure out how did a Egyptian person win the election and become a mayor of that city? That is really crazy. But I remember, and I remember people were talking bad about the mayor, saying like he was dumb, he don't know what he's talking about. They were just saying all kinds of negative things about him, and I think he probably didn't get any support from the local, and that's why he lost. See, that's why, you never speak negative about anything, because you speak negative about something, people are not going to support that person or thing or ideal, and then we all just going to lose. So even though that person, that mayor, that black mayor, okay, let's say he's dumb, but the thing is, he did seem to understand what was going on, and he was willing to participate in a lot of the spaces, but for some reason he got some kind of negative feedback and he lost. So we lost out on that. So I'm extremely, just extremely upset about this.
Yeah, I'm so bad. I said that people had a negative opinion on the mayor. I thought he was he seemed very honest. He seemed very willing. He seemed very intelligent to me. He laid out the situation. They were struggling. This water debt or whatever it was an ongoing thing. And so
Ford is coming to that town.
Yeah, Ford.
Bringing all of these jobs and millions of dollars. They weren't gonna let him stay.
Yeah, now that's the thing. We know who they is, and they wasn't gonna let them do this, and they ain't gonna let them do that, and they ain't gonna let you do that. We gotta be like, you know what? Fuck that, bro. This is what we gonna do. We gonna do what we gonna do. Stop us. I mean, that's the type of attitude it's gonna take. At some point, we gotta get to the point where we are going to put our 10 toes down, and you gotta move us. And I gotta be honest with you. We get enough of us walking in two-step in line, and they are going to move out of our way. Quite literally.
Let me say one thing real quick about that too. You know what? We gotta stop holding us to such a high standard. You know, we probably was like, oh, they do. You know, they didn't give them people no support. And that's the problem. We'll jump on the bandwagon and help people dog somebody out. They doing a good job. We, defend them. I'm going to look this up because I didn't even know this.
Can I just say?
It's in the chat. It's in the chat. If you want to see it, it's in the chat. Go ahead, Miss Wilson.
I just want to let you know, one of my dear friends, where is she? She said she's coming in this room. Oh, there she is, Nikki. Nikki actually went to Mason with a couple of other of my reparations friends. And if you can bring her up, she will explain to you the past mayor and that Egyptian that you're talking about, because she has a lot of insight. So her name is Nikki, and she actually lives in Tennessee, and she's like my sister. And I love her to pieces. If you can bring her up, that would be fantastic. If you can bring her up, she's right there in the room.
Hey, boy, before we bring her, I'd just like to let Muffet let him speak.
I would be willing to defer. I can wait.
Okay.
Hello. Peace to the room. I'm just coming in the room, and my friend Jackie asked me to come in, so I feel kind of funny coming in on the tail end of the conversation.
We got your back, girl. We got you.
Tell me about when you and King and Consuela went down there.
Yes, we was on the ground, activists coming back and forth to Mason, Tennessee, trying to get them to fight, basically, just to put it in short terms. We went down there, participated in the outreach program that was there with Nashville Alliance. I think they had a big thing in the park to get the word out to people, pass out flyers about what they was trying to do in Mason, Tennessee, which is take over their charter totally, which what we called a mob move,
Nice.
a gangster move.
Nice.
You either give up your charter, or we're gonna take over the whole city. So it was like a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Okay. Which of course I know that you all know that they sued the state for discrimination. It was actually white people that took the money, ran off with the money that they owed, and they didn't go after them. They waited
for like $20,000.
Right. You said what now?
It was a lot of money, like $20,000.
Yeah. It was more than that. Yeah. Yeah.
$150,000.
Yeah, it was. I can't remember the exact number, but I know, and they admitted that the white administration actually took the money, and they just let them do it.
And so then once the black administration went in, like and I hope I remember her name, Gwen, because we still talk. Gwen was one of the first black mayors that actually came in and cleaned it up. She cleaned up everything. And because she didn't bow down to everything that they wanted her to do, they got rid of her. They came in and did a takeover. And the takeover is what you see now, which is the mayor that's there. Now, let me ask, who am I on the stage with as far as the host?
Black majority state.
Homeland and supermajority and black state.
Okay, so is it the potential mayor that's on here?
Oh no mayors are on here. We advocate for black majority states. This is a black majority state space, but we were in some of those early Mason, Tennessee states when they were doing GoFundMe's and they were, trying to. And matter of fact, the mayor who we thought, I mean, it was a male, it was an older black male who would come on spaces and talk to us and tell us what was going on and kind of give us feedback here on Twitter.
Yeah, I was in all of those rooms. Yeah, the mayor.
I remember you. I remember Nikki. I remember Nikki. This is Bella. Hey, Nikki.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Yeah,
how are you?
Room though.
Good. He was here, but the one who did most of the interviewing was the vice mayor.
Okay.
And I can't remember if I'm saying her name wrong. It was Vicky. I can't remember, but it was the vice mayor who was doing most of the interviewing. The mayor, even though he was coming in spaces, he wasn't really saying a lot. And what was going on with him is that he was getting pulled over with DUIs.
Wow.
He had a history of that.
Damn.
And they brought him.
See, the thing is, can I talk? See, things like that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Gives a person a terrible reputation. So nobody supported him, and now you have an Egyptian person that's in the mayor's seat now. Just saying, sometimes you have to be careful what you say. Because when you say things like that,
no sir.
Okay, let's say it's true, right? We don't know it's true, but someone came out with it.
No, okay, it's true.
So that means
it's in the paper.
Okay, all right.
Let her finish Black American Homeland so we can hear what she.
Let's let her finish.
I was in those early rooms when he was coming in, and we heard about the stories down there. So go ahead, Nikki.
Yeah, because
because I don't think you understand that you're talking to somebody who has factual information.
Yeah.
And basically, there was competent administration prior to him. What you don't understand is that they brought him in because they knew he was going to be incompetent.
Wow.
They knew that he was going to cooperate with everything that they wanted him to do, which included the takeover.
Man, that is fucking
of Mason,
crazy.
Tennessee.
Ooh.
They knew they had him by the balls.
Ooh.
He was in the paper for DUI.
Wow.
The whole city knew about this. The whole city knew how bad it made them look.
Wow.
Okay? Everybody there wanted to overthrow him.
Damn.
So there was nothing not factual about what I'm saying.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you, because what I remember about those spaces were the NAACP somehow started getting involved with the whole Ford thing. I know it was something about they wanted to run like water lines through the town or something of that nature. And so when the NAACP showed up, it kind of, for me, seemed like it kind of got a little quieter. Than it for me, it seemed like it disappeared. But what was their part of, how things developed?
Well, see, you got to understand, it was the grassroots that got this information out here. We had rooms on Twitter The people on the ground worked on this issue so hard to the point where Gail covered the story on CBS.
Yeah, nice.
This story was everywhere.
Right. No, this was prior to the NAACP.
This was prior to, right. It was prior to the NAACP.
That's what I'm saying. I remember, Nikki. I remember. Yes.
It was prior to. And they were being sued for discrimination. And this was about to take a turn. Mason, Tennessee was about to take a turn. Myself, and a couple of other activists, I don't know if you all know King Carter, and me and Consuelo, which was a part of my chapter and so forth, we were working with them. I know KD had got a GoFundMe. We was having meetings. We was getting with not the Rainbow Coalition.
Urban League. There was a 3-party situation going on because King Carter. I was in touch with King Carter in the church that was down there in Tennessee, and then I remember KD and some other people were also working on some things, and so there was like 3 different spaces going on, and then we were trying to get the people on the ground to get their voices heard, to come into space to let the people know on social media what was happening on the ground. And then that's when the mayor showed up out of nowhere. That's the part that Nikki, when I met you, when you came into our space, and I think FBA Goddess, I think that was when she was rocking with that whole Security Tribe crew at the time when all this was going on.
Yeah, you're right. And we was having meetings with the vice mayor. We was having meetings. I was speaking to Gwen, which was the previous mayor. She was telling me how everything had gotten to that point. That's how I know that they overthrew her, because she was the one that actually straightened up the debt.
Was she black?
Yes, she was.
Yeah, she was the main one that was in the news. She was the one, Black American Homeland, that before the mayor that came online was known about. She was the actual one in the news that was vocalizing what was happening in regards to the comptroller.
Right, the comptroller, and his bullshit. Yeah, the comptroller and his
I hate him.
Yeah, because see that down here, see this good old boy system. See, the thing about it is, Bill Haslam had a contracting company, so he was basically totally invested in trying to come in and take over this city. He had this stuff was already in the making. They didn't give a damn about Mason, Tennessee until Ford said they was coming. And then all of a sudden they was in so much debt that they couldn't control their debt. This city had no, nothing. And then they knew when they brought the mayor in, and then also the Arab man was, I forgot what you call him, control the money. He was in so much debt to the point where they had him by the balls too. But he owned over half the city. It was the Arab that was on the houses and property. Wow. Yeah, he owned over half the city. And excuse me, because I'm not looking at my information now, so I'm not getting all the names. But he had owned over half the city. He was also in debt for taxes. I mean, if you look at the administration that they put in, they was absolutely planning to take this city over.
And now as mayor.
Right, exactly. And so when he was asking me about the discrimination suit, they knew that this was discrimination hands down. No. They knew if they had got this into court, then them white folks that stole their money would have been held accountable. So what the governor did was railroaded them and kept getting the judge to try to throw it out. Wow. And so what the NAACP did was they came in after the grassroots had did all of the work was down there running, because we was running up and down the highway trying to talk to the leaders in the community, the pastors in the community, trying to get them on board. And
they don't want to be a part of it. They didn't want. They were not.
They were very docile. Yes.
I dated a guy that lived a town over, and I called him like Gerald. He's a police officer also in Memphis. And I said, "What do y'all? Just what y'all gonna do about Mason, man?" He said, "What's going on in Mason?" What?
They didn't even know. You ain't even got to tell me. A lot of people didn't even know.
Didn't even know. And I also sent a text message to one of the legislators, and I was like, "Listen, what's going on in Mason, and why ain't y'all not showing up? Are they gonna lose their charter?" And he texted me back and said they're not gonna lose their charter. They're in some financial trouble. Well, where are y'all?
Girl, Memphis ain't nothing but 40 minutes away. Memphis didn't know about it. You talking about an issue of the reason why we was fighting so hard to try to help them fight so hard. You're talking about the potential of a black Mecca.
Yeah.
Judge Joe Brown running for mayor. 27,000 jobs. And when you're talking about 27,000 jobs being brought to an area, you're talking about
jobs. The insurance and
exactly.
all of
That's
that.
what I was just going to say. High-paying jobs. Things that will bring the financial status of the black people in this area up. Okay? You're talking about property values going up. When we went to
but you said that the Egyptian guy owned half of the city, right?
He was Arab.
Yeah, the Arab. Okay.
Yeah.
The Arab guy owns half of the city. So how does black people benefit? What?
They can work and buy the houses. They were just going to get a piece. I understand what you're saying, but what we're saying is a lot of them own their own houses, but they were, had to build out, and they,
The problem was Black America Homeland is there is a big majority black population in that area. They're not all in government positions. And so when we had the conversation behind the scenes, because even people from California was trying to actually talk to some of the people down in Tennessee to find out what was going on with the comptroller. The consensus is they're being controlled. There's a white population. Nikki, can you talk to that? Do you know who they are? It's the comptroller, and then there was another person.
The comptroller and the mayor.
But wasn't there one other person they were talking about? Or maybe it was the guy before. It was the two, maybe the people before them.
The mayor that was in the city next to him.
They were all working together, though, right?
They was all working together because it was a bigger city. Like I said, I can't remember the name of the city. It's right next to him. I had all the cities. There was Covington. Covington was on one end. It was another little small city. I want to say Brownsville. Was it Brownsville? Brownsville. And it was another little city where it was kind of like a little capital where all the white people was at, and they was trying to control Mason. It was weird. They all was in control of Mason because that's where the mayor came from.
You know what it is too. They had planned this takeover.
Yeah, they planned it. Yeah, it was planned. Yeah.
Somebody had to know Ford was coming. So why didn't, that's what I be saying. You can sit at the table, but if you don't share the information and speak up and share it, what the hell?
And what we was trying to do, we was trying to get Mason at the table. Because what we found out was that they was already having board meetings with Ford in Nashville.
Wow.
With the mayor, with the comptroller. They was already making plans for Mason, sitting at the board, and the administration in Mason, Tennessee was not even invited to the table. Okay, they had already started giving brand new internet to everybody in the area but Mason. They left Mason out. They told Mason that they tied their hands with saying that everything with the city was tied up. So they tied their hands in being able to get loans and being able to borrow money into being able to do infrastructure. Let me tell you something. Biden had just gave billions of dollars for infrastructure that this city needed, and they locked them out of it.
And let me tell you this. They had planned this from for years in the making. But you can't energize people who don't have the mindset of, let's
but
fight.
You know what? Yeah, but you know what? Mason had them now. When they filed their discrimination suit, and it was on the world news, they had them. And the NAACP, wait a minute, hold on. The NAACP came in and made them drop the suit. And they didn't have no teeth. It stopped them from having teeth in the fight. And it was Van Turner. I said to everybody, it was that devil Turner who did it.
That devil, Nikki.
Yeah, he did it. He did it. So when you hear that name, put that name on blast, because I'm going to tell you something. He's running for mayor right now.
Mason.
Memphis.
Wow.
Okay. Well, what about the T.D. Thomas Burrow, or the who was trying to run? He was like the Black Farmers or whatever. Who was disqualified?
Yeah, I heard he was trying to. He's a young guy, right?
Well, he was older, but it looks like This is a prime example of how white supremacy works.
Right, but tell me, how did the Arab guy? How did he become mayor of Mason?
No, the Arab guy wasn't.
He's not mayor. He's not a mayor.
No, he's not mayor.
On land. He just. So again,
no. He had a position. He has a position in.
But I thought he was under the old administration prior to the black people coming on. Remember the white folks that was in Mason? They were talking about how they actually ran the town into the ground, and that's how the financial issue started.
Back that up again. Say that again.
There was so we had a discussion. There was a team of us, I remember, and we were in a discussion. They were telling us about there was a white administration prior to the administration that's in office now, who were the ones that ran Mason, financials into the ground. So when they took over, the administration that was there now, the black woman that was heading everything and talking about who brought everything to light, she was saying that the comptroller was trying to hold them to the financial debt that came from the team, that the people who were in office prior to them.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah.
Okay.
But the part that you're missing is there were two administrations after the white people had took the money and left.
Okay, let me
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, let me get a chance to get to some hands, but let me take just a quick brief moment to get Black American Homeland to kind of see what the moving parts are.
His name was Eddie Norman. Jackie just reminded me his name was Eddie Norman, and he was, I can't remember what was his position. He was, because I can't remember all them positions. Her email don't tell me what position it is. I know it has something to do with the money.
Okay. Can Miss Nikki?
Miss, it says mayor-elect, which he's an immigrant.
Yeah, Miss Nikki, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Give me a second to get Black American Homeland kind of caught up here. then we'll go to the hands. So Mason is a very small town. I don't know what the population is, but my understanding that it was a very small town. You're saying that an Arab owned half of the property in the town, but he is not the Egyptian who just got elected as the mayor of the town. These are two different people from my understanding. And the Ford plant is not going to be in Mason. It's going to be somewhere else, but they needed the water or some sort of water system that went through Mason. And that was the key reason why Mason played this important part in this whole situation.
Well, I just looked at the article that Jackie just sent me, and so that is the same person, Eddie Noman. They have him listed as an Egyptian. Yeah, they have him listed as an Egyptian. When we first looked him up, it said he was Arabian. So now they're saying he's Egyptian. So yes, it is the same guy.
Okay, yeah, because he's the mayor. He's the mayor on the website.
An American name, but he is. It would sound like an American name.
Right. Egyptian. Right. Because what you just sent me says he's the mayor elect, which means that he's not the mayor yet. Right. Yeah.
And he was
alderman. Now you have another compromise.
That's it, alderman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, compromise politician that they are going to use as their pet to execute every white supremacist agenda that they have in order to take away. Because the Emmett Gooden, I think his name was whatever, the one that's
you have it right. Emmett Gooden, yes, you have it right.
Was a drunk, and they used that against him to take over. And he's moved out of the way. They've put an immigrant in place who's compromised yet again. And that's how they are going to move into that space and create another gentrified area with a property values that are probably going to go, and I'm not exaggerating, anywhere between 150 to 200%. And it's going to keep Black people out, not only living in that community, but also any kind of, because Nikki, weren't you and Consuelo and King demanding that they have a program that would have Ford train Black people in those manufacturing jobs?
Yes, we was trying to help Mason come up with a plan of action to be able to sit down at the table with the board members and say, this is what we want for our community. Every time we tried to meet with the vice mayor, somebody interrupted and somebody would call it off. The next thing we knew, the NAACP came in, because we was in those NAACP meetings. And they was in there just high-fiving each other as if they did all the work. Wow. And then said they worked it out because they didn't take their charter. But in the end, they still owed the money. And in the end, the agreement that they agreed to, which was to pay it back in payments, the agreement was still that if they didn't make all the money, if they didn't make all the pay all the money back, that they could still take over the whole city. So the NAACP, screwed them without the grease. And Van Turner and the NAACP needs to be put on blast. See, that's the same thing that Amos Brown was doing in the California Task Force, which was one of the leaders of the NAACP. I hope people keep seeing the cycle of what the NAACP is doing. They did not do anything. We was in the meeting. They did not answer our questions. I was in there just typing away saying, okay, what have you sat down with Mason, Tennessee, and talked about how many Black people or how many people in this community was going to benefit from these jobs? No one would answer. Okay, did you sit down? Did y'all talk about infrastructure in this city? Things in this city that these people want? This city was so poor. Let me tell you how they didn't give a fuck about this city. Excuse my expression. Let me tell you how they didn't care about this city. This city didn't have any accommodations for elderly people. They didn't even have a library. They didn't have a grocery store.
Mm.
Eddie Noma owned a grocery store that was selling people bad food.
Mm.
They didn't even have a fresh food market. Ford came down there and insulted these black people by giving them a back to school, $5,000 for a back to school. What do you call it? Outreach.
Same as NFL, $5,000.
Yeah, $5,000 to give them some little back to school event. And I told him, I said, you mean to tell me this company finna bring billions of dollars to your area, which is a freedman town, and you accept $5,000?
It's now $6.43 billion.
Thank you. And
$6.46 billion.
Yes,
Nikki. So what happened to Virginia? Where is Virginia Rivers at?
Virginia, that was the vice mayor.
Right. So where is she? Where is she now?
Saying shit. Not saying
why. What's going on with her?
Because she because
wait a minute. Hold on, Miss Tammy. Where is she now?
She helped sign the papers with the NAACP. She quiet now. She didn't want to do it. They forced her hand. Like when she kept telling them she didn't want to sign the papers, and they kept forcing her hand. The attorney that they hired to do the discrimination case, and the NAACP double teamed them, and they went in there and forced their hand to sign them papers. But now the grassroots was telling them all at the same time, don't fuck with the NAACP.
I hate to interrupt the ladies, but I have to co-sign what you're saying right now because I was at a whole another angle of it. This thing got attacked. The grassroots and black family, shout out to you. I don't want to interrupt. I just want to co-sign what you're saying. I just want to thank you for everything that you did concerning Mason, Tennessee. But I just couldn't sit still and not tell y'all, yes, that's what happened. Go ahead, sister. I'm sorry.
Hey, go ahead. Hey, Marta, if you got anything to say, go ahead and say it, Marta.
No, I got to let the sister land. I don't interrupt.
Okay.
All right. She was cooking, and I couldn't help it. I'm sorry.
That's my Nikki.
Yeah, hey, Immortal.
Yeah, thank you so much, Immortal. And I'm on land, and I'm on let other people
real quick, since Immortal chimed in, I might as well chime in and say the same thing, because that's why I had my hand raised. They did the same thing up here in New Jersey, Black America Homeland. That's why we got to get the fuck up out of here.
Go ahead, Nikki.
Oh, no, I'm going to let everybody else talk. I was just trying to give people, just like a brief update of what was going on. We went to the church in Memphis, Tennessee. We was trying to get them to come in there. Judge Joe Brown was telling everybody in Memphis and inviting everyone to the surrounding areas to try to help them clean up their record. If you know anything about the Memphis area, they was on First 48 every damn week. Yeah. I mean, I'm just being honest. Okay, so that tells you that basically this is an area where black men have been heavily incarcerated, charged with charges, because this area is black people have the power to vote in this area. This whole area is black. Okay, because Memphis is 65%. And maybe even more of a percentage of black. Mason was 80-something, close to 90% black. Wow. Okay, the Brownsville, Covington, all of those areas surrounding was black. Wow. Jacksonville is now 55-60% black because it was regentrified. So this whole area has the potential to be a black Mecca, but they won't get on board with Judge Joe Brown. They want to keep voting for these politicians because they've been in office. People like Van Turner and people like those people who they familiar with, they want to vote for them instead of help Judge Joe Brown with the case. Because Judge Joe Brown don't care what he say. He's retired. He already has his career. He don't have no reason to kiss butt. And so this is what they need. Because he was actually offering people to straighten up their record, because Judge Joe Brown know what's going on in Memphis. If they take away your voting power, these areas have no power. They are heavily impoverished.
Let me say, let me add this.
Wait, hold on, Miss Tammy, hold on. Before you do, hold on. Before you do that, hold on. No, hold on. Nikki, don't go nowhere. Please don't go nowhere. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be right here.
Okay, Muffet.
Yeah, let's get to the hands.
If we want to go, let Muffin go. Then Mr. Sean. Then Miss Tammy, if you want to go, and then we can hit up Immortal.
Hey,
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Or DJ? Did DJ want to jump back in?
Before Muffet goes, I want Black American Homeland, because this really highlights the earlier conversation about these obstacles that they're going to put in our path. I really want you to look at this as a microcosm, prime example of how these people operate and how they're always going to operate. And then I want to say this. Black majority state authority would give us the ability to investigate the NAACP and rip their whole shit apart. So keep that in mind too.
Amen.
Yeah.
Let me just say something real quick, because that's exactly what happened. How did he get elected?
That's what I'm saying. Wait, hold it. I know that's what I'm saying. Hold it real fast. Miss Tammy, I know. Okay, hold it real fast, Miss Tammy. Muffet.
Yes, I'm here. I'm still on.
Okay, thank you for waiting. Go ahead, you got it.
No problem. Hello, everyone. You know, it's crazy listening to all the obstacles that we are going to have to deal with. I don't really want to change the subject too much. I just wanted to get on to. I'm looking forward to the June reparations rally. And I wanted to make a proposal and see how many people would be interested in it. The rally is on the 18th, which is a Sunday. I don't know how many people that are attending the rally will be coming down that day, or how many will come down the Saturday, the day before, or that Friday night that starts the weekend. But I wanted to propose renting out a hotel conference space so that we could have a quiet space to hash out ideas, make proposals, and just get to know each other and organize along a certain level that's not possible on Twitter, and have the privacy of our own private space. Because like I noticed, like whenever there's a rally or event, people come down, we engage in that event, and then everyone goes their own separate ways. There might be a few of us that talk during the course of the event, but it's outside. It's really not a comfortable space. And I'll say from like the Million Man March up until the recent reparations rallies, there hasn't been anything tangible that is, or long lasting, that has come out of it, where we made connections, we started to organize, and we all got on the same page with an idea or a plan to get things done. If we can start like kind of make it a habit whenever we do have a rally, if we can, and I would pay for the space myself, starting out, where we, like when we do get together to have a rally, at like prior to the rally or after the rally, we have a place where we can meet and discuss things. So that's what I wanted to propose. And we could, if anyone's interested, we can discuss this further off platform.
I got your email, Muffet. So to volunteer for if you're still interested in helping and volunteer for the tour on Saturday night. And remember, so there's a dinner being planned, and that's going to be a package for Saturday night. So if that's something that you want to work on for Friday night, I'm with it. God, and also if there are any men in the room who are willing to volunteer, we could use your help. If you're coming into DC, Ladies, you as well, but for the heavy lifting and for, I think, purposes of security, and the men are needed. So I'm just going to put that out there to you all. And Sean, you got it.
Immortals are for me.
Okay, gotcha. You got it, Immortal.
Well, greetings to all, and participate or get left behind. 10% can't carry the 90% of non-doers. I get that sentiment. It makes logical sense. I'm not mad at it. It's not wrong. You're not wrong. The title is not wrong. But throughout history, nonetheless, it's always been the critical mass made up of seemingly a chosen few, usually anywhere from 5 to 10% of any population, who really gets it popping for that particular population. You understand me? If they are on code with that population. So, that's the silver lining. The title is right and exact, but there's the silver lining. They're going to have to come this way. You 5-10% who won't give up, they're going to come this way. So I've spoken to the title. Shout out to all people who have reached out and did everything that they could for the Mason, Tennessee thing. I really liked the way our sisters stood up. I really like how our brothers supported them. This is a part of our culture. It must go on. So when you hear things like what you've heard, what I heard tonight, what the sisters was talking about, because they were attacking the problem from the position where they were, and they were doing it masterfully. Don't think just because you didn't get everything that you wanted that you were not successful. You were highly successful. You weren't even supposed to be a town right now. White supremacists supposed to be took that all the way the fuck over. So I salute all the sisters who have spoke to, who I heard speak tonight. Y'all know I just came in recently in the conversation. Shout out to them sisters, because they really was telling y'all the truth. It's a beautiful thing, and just like they said, I must just like they did, give all my proper respects to KD, because she the one who woke it up for me personally. Now, a lot of people know a lot of things for me, but who woke it up for me personally was KD. She really did explain the situation to me, and she provided me a plan of action where I could, a call to action where I could actually do something about it. And I want to I'm going to land in less than 90 seconds, because I think this part is the most important thing I should say. Out of all the things that I have to tell you, I think this is the most important thing I should say. People going to say what they want to say about, and shout out to George Joe Brown. Shout out to him. Y'all really need to get onto that. But anyway, we really need to pay attention to what we can do that they didn't expect that we could do. And so a lot of people said that, okay, you raising this money, they stole the money. Our sisters have given you a good outline. And if you have more time to listen to those sisters, they'll tell you more things, that just like they told you how it went with the NAACP. I know from a fact, from the angle I was attacking it from, that's the actual facts. We had them on the ropes, and the NAACP came in and kind of saved them. But they saved them. But Mason, Tennessee is still a city now. And that wouldn't have been the case. So let me just tell you that everything that you have done has made a difference, everybody who participated. And I want to tell you this too. Don't sell it short that we answered the call to action and that Black Americans was willing to put up $20,000 to say, we know money was stolen. We know it's all some bullshit. We know y'all on some fuck shit. We got 20 racks to make it. If anything can make it right, if 20 racks, that's what we got. If that can make it right, let's see what's up. And when they saw that, now everybody know who's familiar with the situation, understands that 20, just the money in itself and the value you can get out of that was not going to solve the problem. Okay, so let's not argue that. But I'm arguing the fact that we fucking raised it, sent them to the mindset that, goddamn, if you raise 20 this time, that was the first round. First round, 20 racks, Black Americans. Suppose the bottom cast for a little bitty town, the least of us. We're coming for all this. And so shout out to all y'all sisters, KD, every sister that spoke tonight. Wake it up, wake it up, wake it up. It is the anniversary of all this action. And you got to secure our lineage. No matter how you want to put it, no matter what kind of hashtag you want to use, you're going to have to secure this lineage for our future children. You know, and so that's from a triple OG. Grandbabies, you heard me. I'm prolific in this motherfucker. I went forth and multiplied. Thank God for my newest grandbaby. And I'm not going to stop. She has looked into my eyes and let me know I can't stop. So, hey, shout out to all the brothers and sisters. Let's keep moving forward on a positive note. And that's what I'm trying to do. I love y'all for everything y'all have done for me to make this life great. Great. Y'all helped me be the man that I always wanted to be. And so thank y'all for everything that y'all are doing. I see y'all, and I'll land with that, family.
Thank you. I second and third everything you said. KD is the person who I initially, in the spaces heard talking about it and did everything that we could do to amplify the message as well. So, and shout out to Miss Nikki for being in space and giving us a lot more information because, like I said, once it seems like in all these situations, once the NAACP gets involved, it kind of goes very quiet after that. So thank you so much for giving us the 411.
Yeah, that's the purpose. The purpose is to get everybody to shut up. And that's the cycle of the NAACP, is to carry out the white agenda. I tell people, down south, this good old boy system is strong. Okay, he has the governor here is very rich. So he has all kind of contracting companies that's ready for Mason, Tennessee. They're going to re-gentrify this city.
Sad.
This is the plan. And really, to be honest, the fight is not over. We can pick this back up. And I'm so glad you all had a space for this. Because this was something that was very heavy on my heart. And everybody that was working with me kind of wanted to take a break from it. And I was the one who kept saying, no, let's keep fighting. Because I guess you can call me optimist. Because I think that this fight can be won. And even though it cannot be won with the discrimination suit, which was plan A, I think that it can be won with the idea or the fact that the community deserves first dibs. And this is what we was trying to get Miss Virginia Rivers, because we couldn't get the mayor to do anything. We couldn't get the mayor to say shit. We couldn't get him on board for nothing because he was already bought and paid for. They had already paid. When they put him in there, they put him in there knowing that he was not going to say anything. They had him by the balls. Charges, DUI charges, and everything. Okay, so they knew who to put in there. And Virginia Rivers was a victim because she was doing all the work for him. She was doing everything for him. She was doing all of the fighting. And Miss Rivers is an older lady who is really not in the health to do it.
Yeah, I remember what they were talking about her. Her health. That's why I was wondering what happened to her.
Yeah, she's still there, but I'm wondering, like I said, I worked with KD too. We all started the fight together. We had got the PUSH coalition involved. And the PUSH coalition was going to help us fight this fight. And before the NAACP, when the NAACP came in, the PUSH coalition didn't really want to touch it. Wow. And King, they very familiar with King, with the PUSH coalition, and the only reason why they dealt with us was because of King. And so what they didn't know is that we had it all lined up. We was fixing to go kick some doors in down there. And that's what, I had to bring all these terms back up, but it was the CBA. We was trying to get them to sign a CBA, a community benefit agreement, which would tell Ford everything that they need in that community before they even get there. Okay? And so, basically, they didn't even have landmarks. We was trying to fight for them to have landmarks. It was a black freedman who started this city. Okay, they don't even have street names. Okay, stuff like this. There is no historical evidence, and this is what you call erasure. Their plan is to erase them off the map. And I think somebody was saying it in here. This is the plan all across the country. If there has begun. There has started to be a cycle of these large car companies selling down south. And when they settle in these places, the government don't make them start unions. They have more of a benefit to come down south than they do up north because they know up north the unions are strong. When they come down south to the good old boy system, they can slip in through the cracks. They can get around the people. And this is what you're going to see with Ford if we don't continue to fight. But I think Disruption was saying something that was kind of concerning, and is a concern, is that the people don't. It was hard to go into a city where the people want to stay docile and quiet. But then, too, I know that is a part of activism. Activism is fighting for people who don't fight for themselves. But if we can go after the NAACP in Tennessee, and I have suggested this several times, is to have a march against the NAACP nationwide to stop them. They must be stopped. The NAACP is trying to destroy Black America. They must be stopped.
Wow. So I want to say this, Nikki. There is a concerted effort that there has to be a rival organization to the NAACP, and what's going to have to happen is we're going to have to get together, and we talk about this in here, Black. You hear me talking about creating a pack. It's going to have to be multifaceted because you have an issue collecting resources from the community. I didn't say that people can't give it. There's sometimes a hard time trying to get the resources. DJ talks about it all the time. We always mention it. But this is a must need for us to develop organizations to actually go up against the NAACP, the Black Caucus, because the Black Caucus is made up of attorneys. We need our own attorney caucus that we actually can file and have filed with the United States government that actually would represent us as a caucus. That is another movement in the discussion that I've been in that has been going on. So to your point, you're right. on so many levels. And I think in order to tackle that, I guess this is where Muppet, in the discussion of having the conversations when we have the reparations rally, even after the rally, meeting up with the 10%, if we can't get that 90%, to develop a plan of action when it comes to us galvanizing in that way. But we have to make sure, again, we're so behind, and I need people to I know you guys know it, but we're so behind that we're going to have to do multiple things at one time. And it's going to be taxing. I'm not going to lie. The shit is already taxing. But I'm going to tell you right now, it is a must. It has to happen. So if we can do it in a way where we get it done in teams, so that way it's not so burdensome, then we can cross-pollinate with the teams, and we can move as a centrifugal force. And if you don't know what centrifugal force means, it means in a circular motion where things are moving. I learned that from my son. He is into technology, and I just want you to know that big-ass word came from my son who's 9 years old.
I mean, you're exactly right, and I always say that we need an umbrella. The umbrella should be reparations, and up under that umbrella should be many things that we're fighting for, because we have so many fights. I always say that we have many, many, many fights, and it needs to be organized. It needs to be structured. You know, I say because I'm not always on Twitter. I'm on Clubhouse more than I'm on Twitter, but I always say this. I say that a lot of us have ADHD of the movement, which means that we'll start one thing and then we'll move on to the next, and we'll never finish what we started. And so this is an issue where if we don't finish what we started, what we're going to tell white America is that this is okay, and we're going to lay down.
You know what I remembered? Remember when you all asked me to look him up, what's his name?
Eddie Nolan. Yeah.
I look up all that property, and I saw. Remember all that list of property that he owned. That he owns. The man owns so much property in Mason. It's unbelievable, and it just makes sense because he's in there. He too is compromised. They'll take all that land from him.
Yeah, they'll take. Yeah. Well. And so they got him by the balls too. So he's
we better get to work. Well, we better get to work so we can get to it first.
Let me say one thing.
I'm about to. I was getting ready to come to you. And then go to Sean if Sean wants to go, or if you so you can go. You can get it off, Miss Tammy.
Well, you know I'm a researcher, and you know what? This town didn't even have a police station. Right, a police department. The mayor is struggling financial burden, but he's going to get Mason back on track. This is why I am leaving my private practice and deciding to do advocacy 85-90% of the town, so that we can combat situations like this. Advocacy is so important, but y'all, I'm going up against this same comptroller on something else. So it's not just this. And it doesn't mean we can't come back and sue. You know, it doesn't have to be the town of Mason. And we can boycott Ford to do certain things and step up and get from behind Tennessee's governor, who is a 7th-generation Tennessean, which means he owned slaves.
Yep.
Right. So that's the kind of system that we're working with in Tennessee. We're working with a system where the Democrats run and hide, right, and feel like they're not heard in discrimination. And you have two black, politicians new that think they done did something because they went in and slammed on a table and got expelled. But we need to be addressing the reason how that can't happen. They didn't accomplish anything, but I am more convinced than ever advocacy is where I'm supposed to be. So Nikki, I will be getting in touch with you as well.
Yeah, let's get together because let's get together because when I told you it was only 2 or 3 of us up and down that highway. It was only 2 or 3 of us up and down that highway. Miss Rivers knows me. We were at the school event.
Let me say this. I got a lot of information on Tennessee and have just so we ready. Ready.
Y'all got a lot of things that you understand that you probably are you blessing jewels, you passing jewels among children, or if you don't know it. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you that. Yes, I'm the bad guy. I'm sorry to want to tell you that. So many things, so yeah, but so I hate to interrupt the sisters when they building so hard, but I do have to, since you mentioned much has been said about the mayor of Tennessee, and I'm listening to what the sisters are saying, and like they said, we do need to compare notes. Different people need to compare notes. We need to start ignoring the people who come between us when we have common goals, and we need to start comparing notes. It's too many people, good people, who have been separated. I've seen it. They've been separated over bullshit, and then we should have been comparing notes, and we could have got this thing taken care of, and we'd be celebrating the victory a year later instead of figuring out the next phase of the strategy. So, but having said that, to land in less than 20 seconds, I want to give a shout out to, from my experience, I want to give a shout out to the mayor of the current mayor who has been embattled. They mentioned you don't have a police force. That means the county is taking care of your police. That means he's subject to the county. He's a public official. He's a public servant with no, let me not say official. He's a public servant with no protection. Can you imagine that? That's insane.
Let me tell you something more.
I just wanted to say, he works a job. That man works a job. He's not dependent on the city of Mason to feed him. He works a job, and he did all that. So I'll just personally, from my perspective, just shout out to him for holding it down for himself and his family, and then still finding time to fight for Mason, Tennessee, to try to clean that mess up that was left to him by the previous administrations.
Well, let me tell you something, because I have my own opinions about the mayor. The mayor never really intended to clean it up. It was not his agenda to clean it up. The mayor was put in there to do exactly what they told him to do. He already had the DUIs and all of that stuff before they even put him in there, which tells you why they put him in there. We was upset with him many a day because he would not speak out. Just absolutely would not speak out. And this was the complaint.
That's why we need to compare notes, sister, because if you understand why he didn't speak out, then you would have a whole new perspective. And then, like I said, we would have had this shit wrapped up by now. We'd be celebrating together, drinking mimosas in Mason.
Well, let me tell you this. Now, one thing that you did have right was that this administration was struggling. When I came to Mason, Tennessee, when I came to the outreach barbecue, these people were driving cars that were 20 years old, and they was the mayor and the vice mayor. It was very shocking. The underpaid, I mean, you can't even explain this city. This city was almost damn near shut down.
Guess what I just found? This is so important. Guess what I just found? April the 24th, 2023, Disaster Supplemental Department of Commerce estimated total program funding $483 million. Award ceiling $30 million. You know, so now they put money, big money, into this city.
Also, don't forget about the college.
Nikki was speaking.
Yeah, and don't forget about the college that has already started to train people to work there.
And
Wait, hold on, Miss Tammy, hold on.
We're having a conversation.
I know, but I want to let Sean go. Hold on. Nikki, go ahead, Sean.
Hey, I was born and happy to let them continue to deal with Saul be quick. Yeah, we need to, Nikki and Disruptor, please document everything. Everything needs to be documented. I always say this: if we can't get justice, we damn sure couldn't manage the situation. So, like Black Majority said, when we get to the position we're in, we're not going to forget about none of this, and they're going to pay the piper. So please document everything. I'm not letting it go in my lifetime, and I'll pass it on to my ideological heirs. Just like what happened to that young man in Memphis got decapitated. I need documentation. This is what we need to be on. If he doesn't get justice, his family doesn't get justice, he will be avenged. And that's what we need to be thinking about. I don't want to say too much on this app, but that's where my mind is at. That's the type of shit that keeps me up at night and keeps me going when I want to give up, because I'm a very spiteful, vengeful person, and I'm okay with that. Thank you for this information. Please document everything you can. I'll be following it from the background, and I will take appropriate action when the time comes. I don't care if it takes 10 years or 20 years. There will be justice or there will be vengeance.
Hey, well, shout out to Darren Wilson, the police officer who killed our brother. When you talk about that energy, I start thinking about
Michael Brown.
I start thinking about Zimmerman's. I start thinking about things like that. But I digress, and so shout out to that soldier and warrior.
Real quick, that's what the small heads did. Remember the Nuremberg trials? Even to the day, finding 96-year-old people and putting them on trial and doing what they do to them.
Right. Fred, you got it. And then we're going back to Miss Tammy. That way, Miss Tammy, you don't have there's nobody after you. I mean, nobody before you. Go ahead, Fred.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I heard somebody say something about somebody accepted $5,000 or something, and I was just wondering, could somebody repeat that? Tell me, because I don't think it could have been.
That was me. Oh yeah, that was me. I thought it was Miss Tammy.
You heard that. You heard that shit correctly.
If it's in the jumbo talk somewhere, I could go to that, but whoever else, somebody just tell me what that was about again.
She accepted while we was trying to get them to communicate with Ford.
Fucking disgusting.
Because we got to understand, Ford is the one that's throwing the rock and hiding their hand. Ford is responsible for all of this. And they had a response that said that they didn't have anything to do with it. Ford knows everything that's going on in this city. It was on world news.
Wow.
Ford have not offered this community jobs, training. You got to understand, the college down there, the tech college down there, is already training people to work. Are they offering scholarships to the people within that community, within that area? Are they announcing this, trying to get people within the community to go to school, to promise them jobs? Because basically they can say, if you are trained for this job, you are promised a job. They did it here in Tennessee.
The answer to your question is no, sister. All the questions. And not only that, and I'm gonna shut up in 5 seconds. Not only that, they are the number one contributor to the NAACP. Maybe not number one, top 5.
Yeah, they in bed with them.
So now.
So wait a minute. Wait. So the NAACP accepted what, and you guys are trying to negotiate what?
Foundation.
The NAACP is in bed with Ford.
We can't hear. Can Nikki talk?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna drop down, but y'all cooking, and I be knowing I just wanted to contribute, but I'm gonna drop down. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to y'all. Keep it up.
Thank you. No, I was saying the NAACP is in bed with Ford. Immortal is exactly right. They're one of their sponsors. And we found that that's one of the reasons why the NAACP jumped in so quick. See, we got on a conference call We was in a room of about 50 people and got on a conference call with Ford. We wanted to talk directly to the people at Ford. We was about to get the Push Coalition in, we was about to get them on board and come up and shut Ford down. Until they gave us a community benefit agreement. See, this is what we were trying to do. We were talking about action. The NAACP was talking about bullshit. We talking about getting people jobs. We was talking about all of this stuff. We was talking about getting the city grocery stores and stuff that they need, assisted living homes, libraries, schools. Do you know that this city did not even have a school?
Right, but now what did the NAACP do to sabotage that? You said was about that $5,000.
They went in and got administration to drop the discrimination suit against the state.
For $5,000?
No, $5,000 was offered to them by Ford to do a back to school drive.
Oh, hell
no. $5,000. You see how they insulted them? That was see, this is what I'm saying. See, the fight is not lost. We just need people power. Because, see, here's the thing. I'm driving up and down the road with 3 people. But imagine the power of the people. If we went up in that motherfucker and said, excuse my expression, I get the cussing when I get mad. But if we went up in there and said, we're demanding a CBA for the people. You gonna bring all of this money in this city and not offer the people jobs, not offer them anything? And then just let somebody come in? No, Ford, you need to talk. Because if you're not at the table, you on the menu. And Mason was not at the table, so guess what? They on the menu.
In several ways.
In several ways.
You know, CCA, Core Civic, is down there. The private prison. They've been down there for years, okay? And let me tell you, Core Civic was closed by the Justice Department. It was one of the locations because they have some that stayed open, and it was the major revenue, right? It had 500 prisoners, and it was closed with the federal contract. They took it away, and it was responsible. What is this sewer thing? It's amazing.
The water source.
What is going on? Water source. So look, it says that they were going to use, they begged CCA to stay and put an RV park on it to be able to pay and cover the money from the contract. They have been planning in this for a long time to fuck them over. But about this grant, y'all, they are giving grants out. And I'm going to read up on it. But this is grants that they're going to give, it looks like, to different people to come in and do economic development. It's several of them.
Oh, yeah.
But it's $483 million. And one of the ceiling for one is $30 million.
Wow.
Y'all.
This is going to be a brand new city.
Damn.
This is
okay.
wild.
So who is the black construction company, or who are the black companies that we can get to get that money to build up Tennessee?
That's what we was trying to work on. There's a couple.
Economic Development District, and it's part of the. Y'all.
Nikki, isn't the governor, his financial background, his wealth comes from construction, correct?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. There it goes.
It's his construction company. They first
okay, but if we can bring somebody in that's actually going to work for the people, that's what you guys need. So, shout out to Cognitive. Okay, shout out to Cognitive. Anybody down in Tennessee, Disruptor, Miss T, anyone else that's wanting to reach out to Nikki. Nikki, if you haven't a coordinated conversation, let myself, Black American Homeland, and the family know, DJ, so that way we can, be in the know of what's going on. Because that's going to be big business. Black American Homeland, I don't know if you've pulled the numbers for Tennessee like they have. So if that's something else that can actually, be done, let me know. But you know what?
Yeah, I mean, hit me up on my Twitter page in back channel. We gonna say back channel me. Yeah, back channel me.
And you know what, y'all? This is how white supremacy works.
Follow me back, Nikki, so I can hit you.
You know what? When the federal government took that money away from Mason, it didn't allow them, it took away $200,000 annually. Is a lot of money for a town like this. Well, what are we doing to replace that? They set them, this is how they do. And it's outrageous. And this is why we got to start paying attention and showing up and sticking with it, because it is a hard, slow fight. Because I've been fighting them for a while. And when you subcontract, it's hard to hold anybody accountable.
Nikki, is it too late to get into it to try to get Miss Rivers re-energized to find out what it is that she would be willing to do? Because is she up for a re-election coming up, or is she gonna be in it for a minute? She's the alderman.
Who's the alderman? This is the vice mayor. I'm looking at mayor. Yeah, Miss Virginia, vice mayor.
If we can get that information, because that's going to be important, for election purposes, but it's also going to be important because her voice was very important at the time when everything went down. And so to hear that, she felt so defeated because of how she was pretty much, it just sounded like they threatened her. That's what it sounded like, because they were doing that in the beginning. And I remember her saying that they're not going to threaten me. I'm going to speak out. And it just seemed like once the NAACP got in there, it was like, that was it. And I could just tell, if you got a bunch of Black people around you or whomever around you telling you from the NAACP that if you don't do X, Y, and Z, we're going to make sure the people in the community replace you. Like, they do underhanded shit. Like, don't get it twisted. I love my people, but I know my people. Because you got people that are what do all skin folk ain't all kinfolk ain't skin all kinfolk ain't skin well, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you messed it up big time.
I destroyed that.
Yeah, you destroyed that big time. Don't say it no more. I was trying to put some stuff. Hey, all kinfolks are not skin.
There you go, Professor.
I said, folks.
Wow. Right, I'm sounding like Yosemite Sam. I'm trying like Yosemite Sam. So I'm just saying, we really need to try to get her reinvigorated, because she needs to pass the baton, and she needs to make sure the baton is passed to somebody that's going to hold it down until you guys can get another mayor.
Let me tell you what the last move was. The last move was to get the mayor out of there, because the mayor was the problem. Wow. He was the problem. Wow. He wasn't speaking out. Wow. He wasn't asking for things that he should have been asking for the city. He was just basically an incompetent mayor, and I'm just gonna say it. When we went down there, the whole city wanted him out, okay? But they didn't speak out. So when we went, our last trip down there was to the after-school drive. And the agenda was to get to the pastors. And so we got the numbers of the pastors, reached out to the pastors to get the community involved in the church. So what we wanted the pastors to do was to bring their people in there and talk to them about what they needed to do for this city, which is demand a CBA from Ford. They could have also said, Ford, you can't come in our city unless you promise us some things. They could have been very forceful. In this situation, the power is in the people. But now the non-citizens of Mason can speak for the people on a Black American level. They can say, okay, no, we're being discriminated. Black America is being discriminated against. The people that are non-citizens can speak up for these people like this. Just coming up with plan A, B, C, D. But that was the last plan. And so when we had talked to, and you also dealing with a lot of people that are related to each other, that know each other very well, because this is a small town. And so when we was talking to some of the pastors, we think that some of the pastors didn't respond on purpose because they was told by administration not to get involved. And so that's where it just kind of rested. Everybody got so frustrated that they just didn't want to deal with it no more because they felt like they was running up against a wall because the people were not wanting to cooperate. And this was a challenge. Like I said, when you have on the ground advocacy, that is a challenge. But I think if you work hard enough, you can get what you need done. It just takes work of getting to the ear of the people. Because you also have, what they call it, you got gatekeepers. And sometimes you got to get past those gatekeepers, the ones that's trying to keep the gate locked. Because a lot of times what you'll do is you'll find out that the people feel the same way you do, but they got gatekeepers that try to keep them locked in. So, I rest on that.
I want y'all to go to the website. It's something wrong with Twitter that I couldn't post it. But go to the website too, the City of Mason's website.
Yeah, and let me just say this, and then I'm going to shut up. The first thing that, and I know I mentioned earlier, I want you to get this. I want you all to get this. This city had no school. Parents were traveling into another town to take their kids to school. Why the hell did they even not have a school in the church? This is how far behind this city is. But you know what the first thing we saw when we came in this city? We saw a juvenile detention center that was as large as a prison. We thought it was a prison. And it was sitting right next to the neighborhood where the Black Park was, where the event was. A city that has no more, I think we said, I can't remember the exact numbers. I don't even think it was 50,000 people that had a juvenile detention center larger than a prison. It used to be a prison. Talk about the school to prison pipeline. You don't have a school to educate people, but you got a damn detention center large enough to be a prison to put kids in. When I went to that park, the police rode up and down the street because it was newcomers in the city. The police got out the car. They came to the park acting like they wanted something to eat because they was trying to figure out what was going on. And we was standing there talking to the vice mayor because at that time, King had got involved. And we was on the phone with the Rainbow Push Coalition. And we was trying to get her on the phone with her because the damn mayor would not send the documents to the Push Coalition that they kept asking for. So I went down there to get it done. So I'm talking to the vice mayor, and the police came over there and just stood in between us. And I played it off, and I said, let me move out the way. I said, did you want her? He was like, no, okay. So then I'm standing there. I stood there some more. I was like, okay, well, let me just go on and get out the way. So as I said that enough, it gave him the clue to just walk off. So finally, he still didn't walk off, but he got the picture. So finally, I whispered over into the vice mayor's ear, and I said, move. I said, because he's trying to listen to everything we say. I said, move and go over there and make the phone call because we was trying to get some documents in. And so this is the kind of mentality, and I just wanted to paint a picture in people's minds about this city. This is the kind of mentality that is going on in this city. No black policeman, no black sheriff in an all-black city. They controlling these people and they controlling the city. When you go to this area, it's like you took a step back in time.
Just sad, bro.
And I rest the mic.
Shit is sad, bro. Shit is sad, bro. Shit is sad, bro. Damn.
Hey, y'all.
You are a queen.
Can I speak? Hey, Miss T. Does this sound familiar though to you guys? Don't this sound like what they trying to do down in Mississippi? Don't sound. The tactics are the same, right?
They are
how they always eliminate our towns. But I have a couple of things to say. First of all, what's up, everybody? Good morning. Happy Sunday morning.
Good morning.
And thank you so much, Nikki, for bringing us this information. You know, they're already marketing this city, and they're marketing it as a predominantly white city. They have here, it is 69% white, 20% black, and 7% other.
Can you tell me that? What the hell?
Yes, 69% white. 69.7% white, 20.5% black or African American, and 6.9% Hispanic, and 2% other. So that's how they're marketing this city on Data USA when you go to look up information. So they are trying to entice white people to move there. They're talking about what a great place it is and to live and all of that. But I don't see anything about the schools and things like that. White people ain't moving nowhere without education for their students. But let's talk about the NAACP. And was that the Memphis chapter that came in there, Nikki?
Yes, because the Memphis would be the main, the main city.
Okay, and what did they say they got in return? Did they say?
That's a good question because Mason was, did you know that they was taking up money?
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I take that back. Lord, I looked up the wrong city. Take that back about the demographics.
Oh, okay.
Okay, take that back. But go ahead. Tell me, while I look up the Mason, tell me what NAACP said that they got in return.
Well, what we found out was that Mason, the NAACP was taking up money on this issue. They was collecting money. So we don't even know how much money they was collecting. And they did not pay off any debt to the city with the money that they was collecting.
Okay, well, did they negotiate jobs? Did they negotiate?
No.
Okay, so we need to be making some phone calls to the Memphis chapter of the NAACP and sending emails, phone calls, and we may even have to do a visit because we need to know why is it that you did what you did. And just saying that they were able to keep their charter is not a substantial reason. When you negotiate, you should be negotiating, like you say, they should have got a school, at least an elementary school. I can understand why they would go to Covington High School, probably. It's a pretty good high school. But do they have like buses there? Do they have any kind of public transportation? They don't have a Walmart there. They don't have grocery stores there. Okay. And then Rella was saying about, she said something that's struck a memory in me. There is a logistics website that business owners can go to and place bids on certain jobs in certain areas. Yeah, so it's SAM.gov. That's for government jobs, right? That's for it's for government and commercial, yes. And then there's the name of it? And then there's grants.gov. SAM.gov. SAM? SAM.gov. Okay. So we need our folks in Twitter Spaces, we need to have a room and those that own companies need to be bidding on some of these positions. And our people that are cooks or have restaurants, maybe they can start taking some food trucks up there. And because people are working, they're building plants, and apparently they are bringing other businesses to the area. Hell, we can open up our own Black-owned grocery store there. There is opportunity there, but we do need to get on NAACP and inquire, what did you get in return other than just they get to keep their charter? And hint, this is just a hint. They're starting a reparations task force in Memphis. Yeah, Shelby County. I am aware of that. Of course they are. And it's been, well, I don't think they got the money yet, but it's $5 million that has been put out there for them to receive. But I do want my mama to get on that. Are you going to try for that, Nikki? Yes. Okay. Yes, I'm trying to get some contacts to find out how you
get on that task force, because this definitely needs to be an issue on the task force for reparations.
So yeah, we need to go on that website, sam.gov.
Start collecting signatures around the town.
To get what?
Are you talking about the CBA?
For the reparations task force, because they're probably already having the meetings for it.
They're not. They're not. Not yet.
Are you sure?
I'm keeping my eye on that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then start collecting signatures. I would say.
What are the signatures for?
The signatures will be from the people in the county. So you just need to get signatures that people can vouch for you, saying, hey, they would be interested for you to be on the task force. That would actually that can go to whomever eventually will actually take it start the commission for the votes to have the people put on the task force. I would start talking to the people in the county. I'm saying, hey, I'm running to be, the committee.
Uh-oh. You in the Matrix? You in the Matrix? What's happening? Hello? Don't tell me the space is dead. Space kicked me. Okay, let's see what we gotta do here. I hope the space didn't fucking kick the whole space. Don't you know how these people are, man? We having a great conversation. All right, we're still good.
Polarization conversation they were having in Baltimore. So I'm just saying. Gotcha.
I'm listening. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's some good information. That's a good jewel.
Anybody else got any ideas on what we need to do?
Can I just say one thing?
I got an idea. My hand is up, so.
Forget about the NAACP. I agree with Miss T on a lot of things except for that one. Asking them what did they do with the money and all this is a waste of time. To know that they are just a bunch of thieves, like in Cobra and NARC, they want to gatekeep the money and funnel it so that Black folks, their own people, can stay in the projects and in the dirt. It is a waste of time to even ask.
Well, I want to bring attention to Black people that believe in NAACP.
Hold on.
Hold on. Understand my reason.
Let me just allow me to just finish, please. What I'm trying to say is stop supporting them. Membership and all. Stop it. You know why? Because it's extra money. They're getting money from Wells Fargo. They're getting money from a lot of these corporations and banks. That's what they're doing. And what we just need to do is ignore them and expose them. And that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, that's part of my plan to expose them.
Wait, family.
Expose them.
Wait, family, I got an idea. And I is there any grassroots organizations that is built in Tennessee to support you guys?
Okay, hold that thought, Mr. Engagement. Miss T, go ahead and finish your thought, and then Miss Stephanie, and then we'll go to Mr. Engagement. Go ahead, Miss T.
Yeah, they have quite a few organizations. Nikki, aren't you a part of ADOS in Memphis?
No, I'm in Nashville.
Well, okay. Yeah. But, they have several organizations. I know for sure ADOS is there.
Yeah, I'm not. I was actually in contact with ADOS Memphis. I helped, the leader of CJAC, NASSD. I can't remember if he was CJAC or NASSD.
He's CJAC. You talking about Chris?
Chris. Yeah, He started my chapter here in Nashville and ADOS Memphis.
Oh, he did?
Oh, I know, Chris. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if ADOS Memphis is still active, really, to be honest, because I'm not ADOS anymore. I changed the name of my chapter, which was U.S. Descendants of Slavery. And so the last time I checked with the leader of Memphis, and because I tried to get them on board when we was coming back and forth. But I will reach out to them again. But I have constantly reached out to them, and they did not show up for when we was down there at the church, because we had set up an outreach at the church in Memphis to also get people in Memphis on board. And so I invited them several times, and no one came.
Okay, I'll get with Chris on that. But Welsing, what I was saying is Memphis Blacks are progressive, but some are still in the dungeon. Some are still beholden to the NAACP. Some are totally unaware of the atrocities that the NAACP is committing against us as Black people. So we do need to shine a light on the NAACP for the egregious behaviors that they have been doing lately. Some of them aren't aware that this man asked the city of San Francisco to not accept a $5 million reparations payment to every Black person. Some people may not know about what they've done up in Mason, Tennessee. So we need to ask questions, have reporters there, have radio stations there, and have them address the people. And when they see what buffoons that organization really has become, it will help turn the cheek. So that's why I'm saying ask them, because it needs to be a spotlight shown on these assholes. I'm sick of them.
So earlier, Ms. T, and I understand what you're saying, but I think earlier what was mentioning is the fact that infrastructure has to be swift. And as you're building up the infrastructure, you want to get people focused on building up the organizations that need to be viable. And you can do that at the same time and talk about why it is we need separate organizations as you're building up infrastructure in Tennessee. But the focus to go after the NAACP shouldn't be the first thing, because you need to build infrastructure first. If that makes sense.
I'm glad that
who's building the infrastructure.
Can I please speak, because that's
sure. Yes. Hold on. I know. I got you. But I just wanted to make sure you understood that, because that's what we were talking about earlier.
Like you said, two things can be done at the same time. I don't even know who's building what infrastructure.
Understood. Okay. Mr. Engagement, hold on. Miss Stephanie, do you mind if he goes before you, or do you want to go ahead and speak first?
No, he's more than welcome to speak before me. I'm good.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Engagement.
Sorry to interrupt. I wanted to get this one off my chest. You guys this is an organizational fight. And what I mean is that we have an organization that's oppressing us, right? Which is the NAACP that's in the Tennessee area. So the thing is, my suggestion would be one, tap into the grassroots organizations that's already established in Tennessee, that are, or if they are or not, that's not my place, but that would be my suggestion. Back them, support them in membership, tell them how you guys want to navigate, and use them as a weapon against the NAACP. And say, hey, this is the reason why we're here, because they listen to what we're talking about. Numbers speak, and if you have numbers and membership that gravitate towards that message, that was my other suggestion. If that's not the case, then one could say is you might want to reach out to some of the other organizations that are establishing others to see if you can get a charter from them. That's another suggestion. But you guys need to have an organization to combat another organization on this matter, respectfully. Just having a group of people loosely organized might not be the most effective strategy. Also, combining up with the other grassroots organizations that are there. Like if there's like 3 or 4 of them, there should be a coalition attacking these guys, you know? Those are some of my strategic suggestions that I think that would be effective, you know, just by overhearing the conversation. So like that's just my suggestion.
Interesting. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Engagement. Stephanie, you got it.
All right, thank you. Salute to everybody in the chat. I just wanted to say that the NAACP is a waste of everybody's time. I've tried to call them last year when this thing first broke out with Mason, Tennessee. And the lady that I spoke to in Tennessee, the NAACP, the Tennessee chapter, she was very abrupt. She wasn't professional. And she cut me off in mid-sentence when I was trying to bring up the situation. So they are about as useful as a bull with tits. Okay? They're no help at all. They're no friend to the Black community. We know the history behind the NAACP. We know who started the chapters. So we already know that it was meant for us to be held back, to just keep us in tight reins. So that way we can vote every 4 damn years and nothing still gets done. We're still stuck in a state of neutral. And that's it. Thank you.
So what do you suggest?
What do I suggest? Word of mouth is a very powerful tool. We got to get out there and we got to put the information out there to our people, even the old generation. Some of them we ain't going to be able to save. We ain't going to save them all, but we're going to save a lot of young people. We're going to save a lot of people. Like I said, we can't save them all, but the word of mouth is the most powerful tool we got. And social media, thank God, I found out a lot of stuff through social media. So, you know, it's really a wake-up call for us, and it's working. So the more people try to attack us, we have to be doing something powerful if they're afraid, and they're trying to hinder our voices. So we got to keep doing what we're doing, but we got to amplify it. Thank you.
But I think that's what Miss Westland was saying, is that we need to come up against them. Was it Miss Westland or Miss T?
Yeah, I'm not trying to work with the NAACP.
Right.
Yeah, I'm trying to expose them. But I am looking up, there is a Memphis grassroots organization coalition. There's a young lady named Theron that's on that coalition. I know her well. I'll get in contact with her. There is
And then that's my suggestion. Reach out to her and see if there's other organizations that can support her. There's an
ADOS Memphis. Theron is very, very active in the Memphis community, so she'll be a good place for me to start and then go from there. But I do thank you for that, for suggesting that, and I'll reach out to her. She's a breast cancer survivor. She's run for city council before, and I got a few connections in Memphis, so I'll be doing my thing. I will be reporting back to the group.
Yeah, and also hit me up in my back channel, because I'm just gonna be honest with you. A lot of these people that actually knew chose to sit down. So when you talk about politicians and organizations, cognitivity, I think, when you talk about these politicians and organizations and getting with this, you know, organized group and, you know, all this other stuff, a lot of these people don't want to fight against this government. They don't want to fight against the mayor, the comptroller, the Supreme Court here. They don't want to come up against the big dogs. Now, one thing about it is the Black Caucus here, they gave so much money, but they didn't really fight. So you're talking about a lot of people that know about the situation, and they just chose to sit down. So I agree with Miss T, and I think Miss Westman was speaking on it as well. You just gather up the people and just come up against them. You get a petition up. You start emailing. You start calling.
But Queen, what I'm getting at, this is an organizational fight as well as the people. I would strongly suggest that
it's just people power. It's not that hard. You know, I mean, I understand that you want to, do it, strategize and organize and get all the people. And we don't have time for all of that. We just need to basically, who's ever interested in emailing, send your email.
Queen, what I'm saying is you got the Negro Anti-Defamation League out there in the streets. You got brothers and sisters that got different charters out there. Find out what they about, these other organizations, and see if those charters meet up to those situations that I'm getting at, and then grab that to combat the situation. That's all I'm suggesting.
That's right, and I'll take your suggestion.
Because there's a lot of good brothers and sisters who put in their minds on building these good organizations, and not just mine. I'm not even talking about mine. There's other ones that might meet the needs to your situation. We know that the NAACP and the Urban League is not an option, and this is not a diss. It's just that we're not liking the direction that they're going. So you're right. You got basically a group of people who are wandering, who don't have a home. You know that, and that's not right.
What I'm saying, Cognitivity, is that a lot of these organizations...
I'm not cognitive, man. It's misengaging. Brother Cognitive down below. No disrespect, though.
Oh, coming. Okay, I just saw the speaker symbol. What I'm saying is that you have a lot of people that knew about this situation. See, I don't live in Memphis, but I have contacts there that I talk to. Where were they?
The time is, we don't have time to sit there and point fingers. What you do is gather the people that are like-minded.
No, we do have time to point
gather all those people that are like.
Excuse me. We do have time to point fingers because I don't even live in the Memphis area, and I was running up and down the street trying to figure this out. So the organizations that you're talking about, where were they? The Nashville Alliance came from Nashville, Tennessee to come to Memphis. We invited people to the church. We gave out flyers. I contacted ADOS there. So my question is, where were they? Van Turner stepped in, right? He knew about it. Okay, so if you think these politicians and these organizations didn't know about it, you are talking about coming up against some very big people.
So let me jump in here, and I'm gonna say this, Nikki. Mm-hmm. What Mr. Engagement, I think you understand what he's saying, is that don't try to reinvent the entire wheel as you start to build your legs under you again, and that you go to the the organization that you know that aren't the people who were MIA the first time, but you go to the organizations and you start your infiltration. If you don't get any support as you're building your organization, because remember, you're going to have to build support from other orgs around you. And, most people think that you don't have time to build strategy and you don't have time and this, that, and the third. California didn't get where they were with CJAC, NAASD, without doing that work. And you can't say that they are just there themselves on themselves, because if you go to the meetings, if you are at CJAC meetings, then you would know that they also have organizations that actually support them outside of their own that they built. That's a part of their commission. So you're going to need those relationships, and that's important to the infrastructure. The other piece is is that the community piece. This is where we're talking about the 10% and the 90% of non-doers. You are part of the 10%. The 90% are the people that you're going to have to work on finding, even if they were people that didn't show up. And then once you do that, don't cry over the spilled milk. You just know that the milk was spilled and you know who spilled the milk, right? So you take note on who spilled the milk so that way they don't get in a position to spill no more milk. Then the other piece of it is that you want to tackle the people. When I was on Marcel's executive team, campaign team, as well as William Somerville and Tamara and myself, Samantha and Alexis, the one thing we found, again, and I say this all the time, is that we don't have enough saturation in the community. And Nikki, that's where you and your point of view comes in, where you're saying, hey, this is where I want to focus my energy on, and I want to get the people who don't know how to fight for themselves. And then that's where you meet those people in the street. Don't run up and down the highway looking for them folks that didn't show up no more. Use your gas and your energy, and you start to develop around you, and you get the people who have never heard of you. Who, like Miss Tammy was up here, who said, hey, or I think it was Miss T and Miss Tammy actually said the same thing. You want to talk to the community. And I think that's where, to me, it sounds like you would be beautiful at, Nikki, because you have the energy and the tact to now bring people into the fold who don't know how this is affecting them. I think the slogan should be the Harriet Tubman slogan. You know, I would have taken. I'm messing up all the slogans tonight. What did she say? She said I
would have taken more if they would have known if they were not slaves or something to that effect.
There you go. There you go. I'm not. I think it was the one. Don't judge me.
Just keep it simple.
Okay. It might be the right.
And I understand what you're saying, but but I was in the community.
I know you were. I remember.
Right, in the community, on the ground.
You have to do it again.
The gatekeepers were most of the people that I was fighting with dropped out.
Nikki?
They dropped out. Because
I hear you.
But they got so frustrated with the gatekeepers.
Hey, let me. Hello.
Are you reaching out to any of the younger people, like the college students?
Hold on, Mr. Engagement.
Yeah, because I want to give Nikki some support here. She was there, she experienced it, and so, you know, for what it's worth, I'm going to trust the person who was there and experienced it and get their point of view as to what they think they needed and what assets they needed and what help they needed to accomplish their goal, because they were actually there. And that's something that's beyond valuable. You can't buy that. It's, I mean, obviously I don't think she was getting paid to do it. She did it of her own free will and volition. So it sounds like to me, she said she needed more people. She needed more help. And as myself, someone who's moving to a whole new state to try to do something, I don't need money. I need people. I mean, that's at the end of the day, you need people. You need bodies. You need people to knock on doors or hold signs or do whatever it is that people do to create the action. And so I think we should listen to that part, because I think that's very, very, very important. I mean, I love all the ideas, but at the end of the day, you know, she was making the connections, and she ultimately, is what it sounds like to me, is that she needs more people. So Marcel, let me point. I just read the thing in the Jumbotron about Marcel. He said if the 100 people who said they were going to show up actually showed up, we would have accomplished our goal. But yet we were 60 votes short, or 70, or whatever the number is. And so if people are not going to show up, it just makes it very, very difficult to get things accomplished. So I think we just got to show up. I think that's really what the lesson is. We have to show up.
And Black, I want to say this because I heard Nikki also say that she doesn't think, I think, and you have to correct me, Nikki, I think she said she doesn't think that there's going to be those people to show up. And I want to speak to that energy because that type of work or any type of work you do politically, it'll leave you in a place mentally like you don't really care. Or you're tired. You don't want to war against people who are just going to gatekeep. And Nikki did mention that as well. I want to encourage.
Not for me, for people around me. And I think the company hit the nail on the head. And this is what I have been asking for since day one.
You talking about Mr. Engagement? Mr. Engagement. Are you talking about Black American?
The one that just spoke.
That's Black American Homeland. I mean, Black Majority State. I keep getting y'all names mixed up. So.
Okay. I didn't know who just spoke. It looked like I thought it was the company. But I'm not used to Twitter, y'all. But anyway, what I was saying is he hit the nail on the head. People power. That's what's needed. People power. We had a plan. Our plan, we went into the center of the city. This city didn't have a grocery store, but it had a church on every corner. We went after the pastors because this is where the people were. You understand what I'm saying? You got to go where the people are. And that was the church. And so we went after the pastors. We went to the school drive so we could meet everybody. And we passed out flyers and we said, we need you to come. You ready to come to your local church so that we can talk about how to defeat this? Okay. Pastors, we ran into a brick wall where the pastors didn't really want to respond. I think I had one pastor that responded, but when I reached back out to him, he didn't respond. But then we still set it up. And then the vice mayor called back and canceled it. I wish I had my partner here, my partner that did all of this with me. I wish I had her to come in and explain some of this stuff too, because she was helping me. You know, we was hand in hand with the people there, you know. And so the thing about it is, but if we had people power, well, we came in 20 strong and said even 20 people, 10 people to say, hey, this is what we want to do. We want to come in. We want to talk to you all about this. This is what's happening. Because we came to it with the approach of this is what's about to happen to your hometown. They're finna bypass you. And we was telling the leaders this, and we was telling the leaders, this is what you need to get out to your people. This is the reason why you're going to have to fight. Would you be willing to sign this CBA, Community Benefit Agreement, and come after Ford?
You know, Nikki, it was the same type mentality when we were checking with the people in Jackson about their water, because we were trying to find out information so we could see how we could help them. But these people don't even understand. They've lived in a situation so long, they don't even understand that they're in a shitty situation. And if you're not talking to them, you can be saying things just as clear as a bell, but their mentality is different. They don't even know that they're oppressed because they've lived so long that way. So they probably couldn't even receive what you were saying. Probably just couldn't receive it. So we got to find somebody that's in that town that speaks that language to those people.
But you know what? They could, because before we even would get it out their mouth, they knew the dysfunctions of the city better than we did.
But did they come?
Did they come where? We had to organize to even get them there.
Right, right.
So what we was trying to do, we was trying to organize through the church. Okay, couldn't do it. Plan B.
They do have a church there in the city?
Oh, it's a church on every corner.
In Mason? Okay. But see, if they're anything like the concerned Black clergy here in Atlanta, they're useless, just as useless as the NAACP.
Right, so then it's just plan B.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So I'm not giving up on the fight. I just have people that just got so frustrated with me to the point where I started fighting alone. That's the reason why I'm glad you all opened this space to reinvent the wheel, because I'm not giving up at all. I feel like if plan A don't work, plan B will work. Then if plan B don't work, plan C will work. But we definitely can't sit on it. And I think somebody said something about not going after the NAACP first. I think that's a good first move, because it gets people to talking. Okay, Van Turner, why did you drop this discrimination case? Why didn't you come up with a community benefit agreement with Ford so that the people that are in these neighborhoods who are mainly impoverished will have a job? Why?
Exactly. And get them on the record.
Exactly. Get them on record.
Get it in print. Get it on TV. Get it on the social medias. Get it to the young people so that they will know.
Yeah, it's a very good first start. What better time to do it than when he's running for mayor?
Now he's the president of the NAACP?
Yes.
Wow.
What better time? And see, that's the reason why I was saying, why do all this stuff? Let's just go. Put them on blast.
I'm with you.
My thing is, it's going to make. My thing is, I don't think that would be wise. Wait. I got to step there. I don't think that would be wise, because that's making you a target. I think we should be moving as a group, as an organization, like other
we
groups.
Are moving. We won't be doing it alone.
What I mean is organizations. What I mean is organizations fight organizations. People fight people. Military fight military. You get where I'm coming from? That's unequal. That's what they call it.
We're not going to do it alone. We're not doing it alone. Hold on, guys. And again, I'm going to say this again. I don't think that's what Mr. Engagement means. I think he's talking about from the standpoint of, so if you were going to go to war with the NAACP, you need to have something for the community that's going to hear that war cry to fall back into. So that organization that you created, who has a charter and you guys are accepting donations, now can say, well, we are the ones that are going to go in and we're going to bid and we're going to put somebody up. And this is who we put up. Because this person from the NAACP chapter did this. But we're stepping in. He's not going to railroad us. So that's why I said I believe the consensus, two things can be true at the same time. You can do two things at one time. It's just which one you do first. I believe that you should get your infrastructure going so that way you can get the people behind you to go after the NAACP chair
And then you also have now a foundation. Like I think, Nikki, you said you already have a foundation already, a charter, a chapter. That could be.
Yeah, I mean, if you that's where I was going, and that's where I was going.
That's your. I know, but Mr. Engagement, it's not landing. So I'm trying to lay the oil on your organization. Nikki, your charter.
It doesn't mean that he's right, because see, let me explain something. I was there when the California Task Force was started, and I know who started it. It was ADOS. Okay, they just got out there, and ADOS California was very strong. They didn't do all this networking with this organization over here, with this organization over here. They just got out there and advocated and went straight to the politicians. The only reason why Mason, Tennessee got on worldwide news was not because of an organization. It was because of the hell raising of the grassroots. You don't always have to fight an organization as an organization. I don't know where that comes from. It can just be the power of the people. That's all you need, is the power of the people. George Floyd was a perfect example of that. You saw white people getting nervous when they saw the people come together on one accord. They started talking about the anti-lynching law bill. Nobody said anything about the anti-lynching law bill. I tell people, pay attention. Because what they was really saying was that George Floyd was publicly lynched. His family didn't say nothing about the anti-lynching bill. When we were marching in the streets, we didn't have any signs saying lynching. But all of a sudden, the news started talking about that anti-lynching bill. Because they was getting scared. And then they started lying to the people, telling the people that the anti-lynching bill had been passed. So people thought it had already been passed when they didn't know that all it was doing was just sitting in Congress. You saw celebrities getting on board who had never been on board before, who had never even spoke on Black issues. That wasn't an organization. That was the power of the people, the average Joe. You don't have to have all of that. You just need people power.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, we're fighting a battle that needs to be fought from a multitude of fronts all at once, because so many things have happened to this point to where we can't fight one front at one time. And one of the biggest problems that we have, that we seem to overlook every single time, and it's thwarted every single movement that we've had, and that's saboteurs within our midst. As long as we don't have a plan, along with everything else that weeds out those saboteurs, it's the same motion that leads nowhere. You know, we have a lot of people within our midst that are working against us. You know, some of them on purpose, some of them unknowingly. And we've done nothing to dethrone any of the betrayers within us until we set an example. You know, it's like in the neighborhood. I come out of the bricks. I'm from Los Angeles. You know, I changed my life. I did the whole gangbang, and I did the streets. I did the whole. You know, I spent 27 years behind, you know, these bars. The last 10 years, I've changed my whole life. I got a passport. I've been out of the country. I'm a disruptive tech consultant. You know, and the one thing I see over and over again, man, is, you know, and when I say that, it's the same thing that happens in the streets. You know, you live in a neighborhood until you set an example of what we call legal precedent. Meaning you set precedent where other people can say, this is how this person will respond under these circumstances. So you can go after him, but do understand he has bust some people upside the head. And we've never done that. So therefore, it's more profitable to betray us amongst our own than it is to side with us. The people who pay the betrayers, they understand that, hey, it's easier to pay their betrayers a small portion or what we call the meritorious manumission. You know, see, those things are, even though those things have changed and evolved, they're still there and still being used. Yeah, it was used in the plantation. Now it's being used in Hollywood. It's being used in the entertainment industry. It's being used in all these different, in some of the boule. Some of these people, they farm these people and they pull them out at will to put them up before us, you know, to tell us, you know, what the black thought should be or what the black direction should be. And we're not dethroning any of these betrayers. All of these people, anytime they step foot in any black square, whether it be media or physical, they should be tarred and feathered to where those people who pay them know it is not beneficial or profitable. There is no ROI in paying these people because their people don't respect them. Their people, every time we see them step foot out, they get egged. And we're not doing that. No other group does that. You don't have Jewish athletes speaking out against the Jewish issues. They'll ask the Jewish athlete about the sports. And if they do ask him about politics, he's going to stay in line. Same thing with any other Asians, any of these other people. And we don't do that. We've never done it. And until we set precedent, until we go in and knock down a gang of these people who have betrayed us all in one, where they say, you know what, we can't even send a narrative saying that it was anything else but the fact that, damn, these people, they did something that we didn't expect. And so if I'm a career politician, well, I'm not rich yet, and I need my bread and butter from this, I'm going to go talk to those people. We're not asking to paint the White House black. And we haven't done that. We've set no precedent for anybody in the world or this nation to take us serious one single bit. We vote for the same people who have betrayed us over and over and over again for decades. Malcolm X said it in 64 about black folks voting and not getting nothing for their votes. And he was talking about primary voting Democrat and not getting nothing for our vote. We can fast forward and look and say, damn, what is the result? And we're still doing the same thing until we dethrone, until we chop some heads off. And I'm not talking about physically, but I'm talking about make some examples of some people to say we're not playing. Now, if you want to be a career politician, then you better respect this, because if not, guess what? We will have you out of here. And until we do that, nothing we build will stand, because it'll be, the foundation will be filled with nothing but saboteurs. They're breeding them. They breed them at will, waiting to put them in front of us.
Yeah, well, I don't understand. I'm a little confused. Are you saying we should fight or we shouldn't fight?
If you're dethroning somebody, what is that? That's a fight. That's a fight. We've never set precedent.
My question is, then what is the vehicle, or what is the tool? What is the sword? Where are the shields? Where are the different weapons?
Once again, you're talking about the people. You're talking about the people. You know, that's the only power that we really have. We have some financial power, but once again, that's still the people. If we don't pull those whom we have that are on the right mindset and say, okay, we've got a lot of things, objectives that we have to do, from economic, from education, from making moves, moving to other parts of the nation, but we still have to dethrone those saboteurs, because if we move, they're going to follow us. They're a part of the educated class. So when we settle, they rise and do the same old thing that they've done over and over and over again. Out of all groups, we're the only ones that have never set any example. That's called setting. There's a legal concept called setting precedent, and it just means setting an example to say, okay, well, from past, I know how this person will respond if I do this. Now, that doesn't mean that I may or may not still do this, but I do know that I do have a fight if I choose to do that. So I may choose to go after easier targets, or I may choose to confront them. But I do know that, hey, they will slap me in the face if I choose to confront them, as opposed to they've never done anything. So therefore, I can tell them a whole bunch of lies and promise nothing. And the next cycle, tell them the same thing over again, and they will do nothing.
Okay, brother Little John, I know you're very passionate because we go back and forth on this. You said that you're not speaking about violence because
no,
okay,
I'm not. I'm
okay,
not.
so,
I'm not speaking about violence. I'm talking about setting an example.
I understand that.
I
understand that.
Yeah.
What I want to know is, because you got to be very specific. If, let's say, there's an individual who you feel is causing these issues, what punishment are you going to levy out without any authority to an individual who lives in this country? If it's not going to be violence.
First of all, yeah, it's not going to be violence. Okay, it depends on what position they hold. I mean, if they're in politics, then dethrone them. These people are in politics. They're not in politics just for one season. They're trying to be in politics for decades on end.
Okay.
Brother, you're talking about, we need to have our own courts. We need to have our own stuff. That's institutional building, brother. And now you're downplaying the building, but you want to say that you want justice. Justice also comes with the institutions to wield those type of authorities. That's why I was suggesting creating organizations that will address those, building up a court. That's why I said there might be organizations that have these type of things to suit those type of needs instead of downplaying. You need to reach out to those brothers and sisters and get a charter from them respectfully, or tap into the grassroots people, and then they might adjust their charter to meet the needs of the community. There's many different options, but just to do it with just a free mob of people, I don't think that that's a effective way to build change through generations.
So here's where and there's a lot of feedback, and this is where I was trying to merge the ideas, Mr. Engagement, and what Nikki was saying, and even now what Mr. Little was saying. You have to do things simultaneously, and no, you don't need to have your infrastructure started to actually start to go after or talk to politicians and things like that to, get going, which is already has happened in Tennessee. It's just now getting started back up. But what I've realized, and what my experience has been, is that from California to even what's going on in New York, from what I read about in Rhode Island, regardless of what has come about in the structure of those bills, even with Robin Ruth Simmons in Evanston, the thing that I found is that the people did not show up right away. So you had to have something for them to come to. The church was not a place where a lot of people were going to run and come down in Tennessee, Nikki, as you stated. And so what I was trying to get at, which actually brings in Mr. Engagement's point, what California did after ADOS started, because most of us was there in the beginning, and prior to ADOS, there was actually a group prior to that had already gone and spoken to Dr. Shirley Weber to get the movement going for the commission. And then Tony Yvette came in, and that was prior to the ADOS movement picking up as quickly as it did after. But moving past that, and what they had to do to get to where they are now, they had to build an infrastructure so that way now other groups can actually get behind them and push them and almost willed them to make them a little stronger, to build them up. So I don't think any of the ideas are wrong. I just think that maybe they need to be done in stages, and it would take a lot of pressure off of you the next go round, to get more people, as you say, the people power. Because remember, authority also means authority comes in many different forms, not just the physical form of having bodies, but knowledge is authority. And it's how you use it, right? People power is authority, but it's how do you direct people on getting involved, and they're going to want direction. It's just by nature. That's what I think that's what we do for some reason. People want to get involved, they want to help, but then they're looking for a particular type of structure, not realizing when you're first starting out, there is no structure. You have to build it. And NAASD, CJAC, and CAP here in DC all did the same exact thing. They pretty much walked this thing out, had people joining, people coming and being a part of the organization. They come to meetings, and then they continue, even Don with Concerned Black Citizens. So these people are moving behind the scenes. And a lot of people don't know what they're doing because they're not going to those meetings. It would be no different, Nikki, if you got going again in Tennessee and you said, "Hey, we couldn't have gotten the 20 bodies to go do what we needed to do." But if you have your infrastructure and you have the commitment of the 20 bodies, now it doesn't matter whether or not anyone else in the community comes, because now you have enough people, irregardless, who are committed, if that makes sense, because you have the authority and the knowledge and the experience from the past and running with this entire situation from the ground view. Mm-hmm. So that is valuable, what Black said, but I don't want you to throw away anything else, because I know that it was taxing. That's why I was trying to speak to, because that's what I heard. I heard that you didn't give up. People around you gave up, but it doesn't mean that the impact on you wasn't a lot. Does that make sense, Nikki? Are you still there? I don't know if she's still there or not.
Yeah, I'm still here somewhat. Yeah.
So, hopefully, I guess, it just getting started, I guess, is going to come down to what's going to happen on the ground at the end of the day. So
I think that one of the things that happened to kind of put things at a halt was the fact that the powers that be started gatekeeping. Because you got to understand, this is a small town. So in order to get in, you have to break through to, it's very small. I guess I'll just put it like that. It's very small. And you have to have we just needed one or two. And this is one of the things that we told some of the people in Mason. We just need one or two citizens.
Damn, 1,300. Jeez.
And then the rest of the people can just be surrounding Memphis people, people that's close to the area. That can be, people power. You got to at least have one or two citizens from Mason, Tennessee, to kind of make it valid. So the only thing I can say, I didn't realize it was 3 o'clock in the morning. But the only thing that I can say is let's just get to work. I have a couple of people that hit me up in the back channel who was willing to work with me, who's willing to, talk to some people that I don't know. So even the people that, that we kind of networked with in Memphis was even kind of hesitant of the fight. When you talk about organizations that are kind of wholeheartedly into reparations and really coming up against social injustice, that's very hard to find. You'll find organizations that will be about a whole lot of stuff. But when it really comes to fighting against those powers that be, that they feel like can double back on them or do something to them, a lot of them rather stay silent. But see, I'm not scared. And I think it's a whole lot of people out here like me that's not scared as well. Because, you know, we say all the time, this fight ain't safe. It's just not. When I went to Mason, Tennessee, we had police following us out the city. It's just not a safe fight. And everybody's not fighting it. I don't care how many organizations they in. People who will be the real ones will be far and few. But I'm not giving up because we're going to find them. We're going to find them together. Let's just get to work.
Salute. Let me. I want to lay this on your mind. Is that, and I'm gonna go back to the civil rights movements. And I looked up the population of Mason. It's 1,347 people is the online population. So it is a very small population there. But those civil rights movements were successful because they lasted for a very long time. And so I encourage not just you, but anybody who is planning to do something, whatever it may be, to be in it and to put your energy into it for the long haul. And often, as Miss Nikki found out, you may be the only one standing. And that takes a lot of fortitude. Sometimes you might think you're crazy. You're talking to God, like, am I supposed to be here? Is this the right thing? You know, you got to gather up all your strength, all your faith, and just persevere through it all. But it's the person who does not give up, who stays the course, who goes through all of the ups and downs, that ultimately will have the success that they're seeking. It's very unlikely that it's ever going to be an overnight situation, an overnight success. So I would just encourage anybody, if you got something on your heart, you know, God is speaking to you and telling you this is what you should be focused on, this is what you got to do, just prepare for the long haul. But I salute you, you know, regardless if you never went back to Mason a day in your life. I think you've done more than 99.99999% of people already. And that goes for anybody who actually physically gets on the ground and does the work.
Yeah, thank you, Black. And I'm going to go get some sleep. But I think...
Hold on, Nikki. Nikki, hold on. I'm going to get in touch with you. And we need to really get together. It's been a lot of conversation, but it's a lot of money out here that we're going to need. And we didn't even talk about that. You know what I mean? We got to do that in a small group and get the plan together and all of that. So whoever's going to do that up, I'm on board. So
yeah, let's do it. I mean, it's a lot to talk about. You know, this right here will also set the stage for other cities that they're trying to do it to. And I think Black hit the nail on the head. If you are in a fight, this is what I mean about the ADHD of the movement. People will go die hard for about 2 or 3 days, and then after that they forget all about it. And so Black said it best when he said, if you are not going to be in it for the long haul, then you're not prepared.
And you know what else? If you are not going to be in it to do work that you might not get a win every day.
Yeah, that you might not get paid for. Yeah.
No, we don't get paid. And that's what I'm looking for. That's what I've been looking for. That's why I've been quiet. Because we talk about doing a lot of shit with no money.
Right, exactly. And there is money in it, and guess what? There is money in doing the CBA, the Community Benefit Agreement.
Yeah, but you have to have what? You got to have a business or organization, don't you?
We have it.
No, you don't have to have a business or organization.
But we got it
to get the funding.
But hold on, disruption. A CBA is a community benefit agreement. All you got to do is have the signatures of the community. That's all you need. What a community what it's saying is basically this. You're coming into our city. You're coming into our community and not offering us a damn thing. That is not right. So this is what we need you to do when you come into our community, and I'm referencing Ford. This is who I'm talking about, Ford. Right. When you come in our community, this is what we expect for you to do for us, the people. That's what a community benefit agreement is. You don't need no business. You don't need no nothing. All you need is a signature.
And
YouTubers, it is 4 a.m. East Coast time, and I'm about to log out. I'm gonna try to get DJ up.
These three, this business,
and
we need this
man,
and
because I gotta
and
go to work,
down,
of course.
and running scared and having some.
Be working 6 days this week, so.
Right. This is why I was
thank you so much for showing up.
You have to
Let me
know.
put the social down in the chat
we had
again.
to get in there and just start
So definitely
talking
come over
and
to
just
social
get in there
if you
and
have not
start
already
looking at
signed
the
up.
environment. Because one thing about it is when you get
into the communities,
a community,
comment, post,
you have to know where the power is.
And help us keep building and growing.
And no power.
Reparations2023.com.
Tennessee came in and took it. The state of Tennessee.
We are going to have this Washington, D.C.
The power
rally.
was in the church. Because what we noticed was, well, damn, this shit ain't got a grocery store. It ain't got a school.
Reparations2023.com. Let me put that in there real quick before
I completely
log out.
So this is where the people are when it comes to the community.
We still need sponsors.
BJ and Muffet, y'all got your hands up. So whichever one want to go.
Yeah, it's me. I just have a quick follow-up. I took a look at different hotels in DC, and I compiled a list of really nice places. I can read them off if you like. I'm going to reach out later today after I get some rest and find out what type of conference areas they have and what the capacity is. And then I'll reach out to Gray or Rella, One Love Black.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll let you know what my findings are, and maybe we can coordinate something for that Saturday before June 18th.
Okay.
All right, and that was all.
Thank you so much. Since you mentioned rally, let me do a quick commercial break. Reparations2023.com. We are going to be at the National Monument on the National Mall in front of the Sylvan Theater. That is the big white obelisk that sits in the middle of Washington, D.C. It is on Sunday, June 18th, Father's Day, Juneteenth. It is a reparations festive protest rally in Washington, D.C. We still need sponsors. We need people who have businesses who like to sponsor events such as this. We really, if anybody has any connections to some big name sponsors, we really, really, really do need some big name sponsors. It was discovered that we cannot have vendors due to whatever regulations that they have. So we are looking for sponsors. I think they're still looking for volunteers, and you can sign up to volunteer on the website. I have a list
of sponsors that I'm going to reach out to.
That would be greatly appreciated. Anybody, anywhere across the country, if you have sponsorships, absolutely. Miss No Taxation needs sponsors, because, this is going to be a huge event. They're predicting, north of 20,000 people. So they're going to get a lot of eyes on their logos and whatever, if they want to have information or whatever. So it'll be a good opportunity for sponsorship.
And let me say this, because it's a few, we are late, because usually this is planned a year back.
Martha, check your DM, this WPR.
But if anybody want to help me develop a jingle on the phone, baby sister in here, she's good on the phone, and develop a what? People that a script.
Oh. You talking about phone? You talking about phone banking?
No. I haven't. Y'all, you weren't in there either. So we found out that the Congressional Black Caucus has a foundation, and the foundation has board members, and they also have a list of specific people and companies who, sponsor them and give funding, and it's an easy way to say, hey, step in. But I have a couple of contacts that I'm going to call on that. And we need some stuff. So we had a big, long conversation.
Okay. Thank you.
Are you all selling any T-shirts?
1 second. Black American Homeland, are you still up here? Are you still awake? Are you still in the space? I haven't heard from you in a minute. I'm gonna drop you down because I'm about to head off into sleepy land.
I know, I'm tired.
So I want to bring DJ up and.
Been partying all night, disrupted. That's why. Oh, I want to co-host now. What you gonna do?
So.
But you know what? This is, we broke off.
So hold up. Let me answer Miss T's question about the T-shirts. So there may be 1 or 2 vendors there. I'm not sure if they're going to have T-shirts. There may likely be T-shirts for the participants of the event. So the people who volunteer to participate may have on T-shirts. I think it's a great idea.
A good way to raise funds.
I think it's a great idea to have them.
T-shirts ahead of time, because it'll be nice for that whole plaza to just be filled with our T-shirts, and that's a way to put money in the fund for the festivities.
It is a great idea. If you, I'm sure Miss No Taxation. Okay.
Go ahead.
So I suggested to Brother Moko, and he is on that. He got the reparations T-shirts. So all y'all got to do is go to BeMoreCodified.com, BeMoreCodified.com, and get your reparations T-shirt. There you go.
Put it in the Jumbotron.
Follow Brother Moko. No, you already know.
Everybody don't know Moko, though, but that's a good idea. But now, if you're using the funds, is the funds going towards because I want to support the event. So if he's just, is any portion of the funds going towards the reparations rally? That's why I was asking Black. I want to specifically see.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's a great idea. If you can send Miss No Taxation a DM, I'll certainly send her one tomorrow. I have blackstateofamerica.com, which is an apparel website, and so it's not hard to design T-shirts and have them drop shipped and everything. So if she wants to do it, there's a few of us online who actually do stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, we can make it happen.
I I will definitely do that, and that could be shit. If we get 10,000 people to buy a shirt, that's good money.
Good night. I thought this was
And
already
Black, if I could just interrupt in here, I'm about to leave. My phone is about to go dead too.